Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabwana kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhia kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tunakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokusanyika hapa na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amin. Honorable members, welcome to this afternoon sitting. We can now start our schedule of business. Clerk, next order.
Order number 1, administration of oath.
Next order.
Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, allow me issue a communication from the chair. Communication number 52 of 2024. Communication is related to a judgment dated 14th November 2024 in civil appeal number 001 of 2024 on the change of leadership in the majority party position of majority party leader and majority party whip. Honorable members, as you recall, on 26th March 2024, via my communication number 9 of 2024, I informed the House of the High Court's ruling on the legal proceedings concerning the position of the leader of majority party and majority party whip, where the court had found no merits in the application filed by Honorable Mashinani and Honorable Boniface Mukwate Katula on 17th January 2024, upholding the PPT ruling that restrained them from holding or acting as the leader of majority party and majority party whip respectively, pending the hearing of the appeal. Since then, Honorable Munyoki Mwenzi and Honorable Ngoima Kimanzi have been serving as the majority party and majority party whip respectively, pursuant to that court order. Honorable members, on 3rd September 2024, the deputy majority party whip communicated to my office via a letter attached with minutes pursuant to standing order 115.9 on the change of leadership by members of the majority party. Guided by the decision of the Honorable Tribunal issued on PPDT E019/2023, Honorable Munyoki Mwenzi and Honorable Ngoima Kimanzi versus Arson Maluki Mawia and Boniface Mukwate Katula and others, which held that the Speaker is required to act on the wishes of members of the party and not wade into the dispute. Honorable members, I subsequently proceeded and issued a communication dated 4th September 2024 in the House regarding the removal and replacement of Honorable Munyoki Mwenzi with Honorable Arson Maluki Mawia as the majority party leader and Honorable Kimanzi Ngoima with Honorable Boniface Katula Mukwate as the majority party whip. Honorable members, upon issuance of the said communication in the House, Honorable Munyoki Mwenzi and Honorable Kimanzi Ngoima went to seek redress of the court by filing a complaint in the Political Party Dispute Tribunal via PPDT Nairobi complaint number E011 of 2024. Honorable members, in response to their complaint, the advocate for Honorable Arson Maluki Mawia and Honorable Boniface Mukwate Katula filed a notice of preliminary objection dated 17 September 2024, objecting the jurisdiction of the tribunal to hear and determine the instant complaint and application by deed of Section 40, subsection 2 of the Political Parties Act 2011 on the grounds that, number 1, the complainants did not subject the dispute to the political parties' internal dispute resolution mechanism, IDRM, outlined in Chapter 7 of the Wiper Party's Constitution. Members standing, please take your seat so that I proceed. Can you see it's a full house? Thank you. I don't know whether there was another sitting outside because it was almost a whole house which was coming. Who was the presiding speaker? Is it Honorable Paul Maluki? Okay, let's proceed. Honorable members, the complainant's complaint and the application are incompetent, frivolous, vexatious, and an abuse of the court process, as the complainants were fully aware of the outcome in PPDT E019 of 2023, where the facts were similar to the facts in this case, and this Honorable Tribunal upheld the process of removal from office of the Honorable Harrison Maluki Mawia and Honorable Mukwate in a process identical to the process followed by the members of the Wiper Party. Honorable members, the preliminary objection was upheld and the complaint filed by Honorable Munyoki Mwenzi and Honorable Dalingoima Kimazi was struck out. It was worthy to note that Honorable Munyoki Mwenzi and Honorable Dalingoima Kimazi filed the complaint in the tribunal well knowing that there is a pending appeal in the High Court of Kenya in Kitui against the decision of this tribunal in PPDT E019 of 2023, which was determined in their favor. Honorable members, I wish to bring to the attention of this Honorable House that civil appeal number 001 of 2024 between Honorable Harrison Maluki Mawia and Honorable Boniface Mukwate Katula as appellants and Honorable Munyoki Mwenzi and Honorable Dalingoima Kimanzi as the respondents, and the Wiper Democratic Movement and the County Assembly of Kitui as interested parties was heard, and judgment was issued on 14th November 2024 in favor of Honorable Harrison Maluki Mawia and Honorable Boniface Mukwate Katula. Honorable members, in the said judgment, the court found that the political parties dispute tribunal lacked the requisite jurisdiction to entertain a dispute falling outside the dispute stipulated under Section 40, Subsection 1 and Subsection 2 of the Political Parties Act, and that it acted in excess of their jurisdiction. Section 40, Subsection 1 and 2 of the Political Parties Act, which provides that the tribunal shall determine A, disputes between the members of a political party, B, disputes between a member of a political party and the political party, C, disputes between political parties, D, disputes between an independent candidate and a political party, E, disputes between coalition partners, F, appeals from the decision of the registrar under this act, and G, disputes arising out of party nominations. Honorable members, notwithstanding subsection 1, the tribunal shall not hear or determine a dispute under paragraphs A, B, C, E, or F unless a party to the dispute adduces evidence of an attempt to subject the dispute to the internal political party dispute mechanism. The court further found that the issue of quorum or business of the county assembly and adherence to its standing orders is a no-go zone to the political parties dispute tribunal. Honorable members, the court therefore found merit in the prayer by the appellants in this matter, that is Honorable Harrison Maluki Mawia and Honorable Boniface Mukwate Katula, to set aside the judgment of the political parties tribunal dispute PPDT E019 of 2023. While issuing the judgment, the court took cognizance of the fact that the substratum of the appeal was a replacement of Honorable Harrison Maluki Mawia and Honorable Boniface Mukwate Katula in the contested House leadership, which is now water under the bridge and is overtaken by events of the subsequent elections that removed Honorable Munyoki Mwenzi and Honorable Dalingoima Kimanzi and replaced them with Honorable Harrison Maluki Mawia and Honorable Mukwate Katula. Honorable members, lastly, I congratulate Honorable Harrison Maluki Mawia and Honorable Boniface Mukwate Katula for their affirmation by the High Court of Kenya in Kitui, and wish them well in the dispatch of their roles as the majority party leader and majority party whip, respectively, and assure them of my full support. My office shall remain open for any consultations or assistance they may require as I strive to promote party democracy in election of party leadership positions. Thank you very much. Members standing, please take your seat. Honorable Matthew Ngwele, you are very smart, and Honorable Kavilizi, Priscilla. Thank you very much. Members, this is a matter which I have a duty and obligation to report to this House, because it's a matter which has also been in the public domain, matters concerning changes of leadership for the majority party. And I had to communicate that judgment by the High Court of Kenya, because the assembly was an interested party in that case. And I want to assure you that party democracy is very important. Our standing orders will be properly complied with. If there are any changes, so long as those changes follow the laws of this republic and also our standing orders, I want to assure you that I will always ensure that we promote democracy. So Honorable Harrison Maloki Mawia and Honorable Boniface Mokwati Katula, congratulations. I will support you as you do what you are supposed to do for your respective positions, and ensure that you help me bring unity in this house. What we need in this house is unity. Yeah, all the honorable members who are here, so long as we are united, we are able to do what we are supposed to do as per the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Thank you very much. Next order, clerk.
Order number 3, messages.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motions.
Next order.
Order number 7, statements. Roman 1, schedule of plenary business for the week ending on 29th November 2024 by the designated member of the County Assembly Business Committee. Roman 2, statement request to the chairperson, Committee on Lands, Infrastructure and Urban Development on land ownership and titling in Kitui County by Honorable Hussein Mwandia, MCA, Ikoda Ward. Roman 3, statement request to the chairperson, Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs on reports regarding operations of the office of the county attorney by Honorable Cornelius Ngumba Omudhami, MCA, Moi Ward. Roman 4, statement request to the chairperson, Committee on Trade, Industry, ICT and Cooperatives on the alleged theft stroke vandalism of Kitui County Textile Center into bracket Kikotech machines and stroke equipment by Honorable Mary Mwende Mutune, nominated MCA.
Thank you. We have several statements. There are 4 of them. Let's begin with the first one for the House business. I think the discreet member is Honorable Ngoima. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to say my name before I read statement to this House on the business coming to the County Assembly next week. For our visitors, my name is Daniel Ngoima Kimansi. I represent great people of Kitui Township Ward, and I'm here to read the statement of the business which will be taking place in our County Assembly next week. That pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 36 and 41(2)(a), I beg to lay on the table a statement to inform the County Assembly of the business coming before the House in the week commencing on Monday 25th November 2024 and ending on Friday 29th November 2024. Schedule of business of committee sittings for the week commencing on Monday 25th November and ending on Friday 29th November. Time 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at a venue Code 21, we shall have on Thursday, Labor and Social Welfare Committee. And on Committee Room 5, we shall have Implementation Committee. Committee Room 1, Health and Sanitation Committee. Tent 2 shall have Finance and Economic Planning Committee. Speaker's Chamber Office shall have Powers and Privilege Committee. And on Chamber Secretary Room shall have Agriculture, Water and Irrigation Committee. Minority Leader's Office shall have Administration and Coordination of County Affairs. And on Deputy Speaker's Office shall have Basic Education, Training and Skills Development Committee. Speaker's Chamber's Office, we shall have Procedure and the Rules. And maybe from 11:30 a.m. to 12:45 p.m. at 21, we shall have Labor and Social Welfare Committee sitting there, and Committee Room 5 shall have Implementation Committee. Committee Room 1, Health and Sanitation Committee. Tent 2 shall have Finance and Economic Planning Committee. Speaker Chamber's Office and Majority Office, Leader's Office shall have Powers and Privilege Committee. Chamber Secretary Office shall have Agriculture, Water and Irrigation Committee. Minority Leaders Room shall have Administration and the Coordination of County Affairs. Deputy Speaker's Room shall have Basic Education, Training and Skills Development. And Speaker's Chamber's Office shall have Procedure and the Rules. And on Friday, the 29th, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., we shall have Public Investment and Accounts Committee sitting at 10:1. Committee Room 5 shall have Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, and Committee Room 1 shall have Lands, Infrastructure, Urban Development Committee. Tent 2 shall have Committee and Natural Resource Committee. Speaker Chamber's Office, Sports, Gender and Social Services Committee. And Chamber Secretary Room, Delegated County Legislation, Minority Leader's Office, Environment, Energy and Mineral Investment Development Committee. Deputy Speaker's Office shall have Trade, Industry and Cooperatives Committee. And from 11:30 a.m. to 12, Committee Room 1 shall have Lands, Infrastructure and Urban Development. Tent 2 shall have Tourism and Natural Resources Committee. And Speaker Chamber's Office, you shall have Culture, Youth, Sports. Chamber have Delegated County Legislation. And Minority Leader's Office, Room, Investments. Deputy Speaker's Room shall have Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. 10 a.m. and on Wednesday from 12 p.m. And meetings. One is the Appointments Committee, Liaison Committee, and Business for the week commencing on Monday, 25th November 2024, and ending on Friday, 29th November 2024, 6 November 2024 at 9 a.m. we shall lead. Roman 1, to be report by the Committee on Administration and Coordination of County Affairs on a training workshop on governance and the public sector management for improved held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. And this will be done. Roman 2, we shall have paper laid on report by the Committee on Health and Sanitation on a training workshop on strategies for strengthening county healthy systems to expand access to high-quality health services held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, from 11th to 15th November 2024, and it will be done by Chairperson, Committee on Health and Sanitation. Notices of motion. 1. Motion on adoption of the report by the Committee on Administration and Coordination of County Affairs on a training workshop on governance and the public sector management for improved service delivery masterclass held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, led by the Chairperson, Committee on Administration and the Coordination of County Affairs. Number 2, report by the Committee on Health and Sanitation on a training workshop on strategies for strengthening county health systems to expand access to high-quality health services held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, from 11th to 15th November 2024. And this motion will be given by the Chairperson, Committee on Health. On Tuesday, 26 November 2024 at 2:30 p.m. Motions and the bills. And the motion we have will be the Kitui County Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024. County Assembly number 5 of 2024, first reading. On Wednesday, 27th November 2024 at 9 a.m., we shall have paper-laid 1. Reports by the Committee on County Budget and Appropriations on consideration of the Kitui County Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024. County Assembly number 5 of 2024, the Chairperson on Committee on Budget and Appropriations. We shall have motion and the bills. And this motion will be on adoption of the report by the Committee on Administration and Coordination of the County Affairs on a training workshop on governance and public sector management for improved service delivery masterclass held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. It will be moved by the Chairperson, Committee on Administration and Coordination of County Affairs. Roman 2, we shall have motion on adoption of the report by the Committee on Health and Sanitation on a training workshop on strategies for strengthening county health systems to expand access to high-quality health services held in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, from 11th to 15th November 2024. To be moved by the Chairperson, Committee on Health and Sanitation. And on Wednesday, 27th November 2024 at 2:30 p.m., we shall have statements. And this statement is a schedule of plenary business and committee sittings for the week ending on 4th December 2024. It will be read by the designated member of the County Assembly Business Committee. And we shall also have motion and bills. Roman 1, motion number 1, Kitui County Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024, County Assembly number 5 of 2024, second reading. And Roman 2, the Kitui County Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024, County Assembly number 5 of 2024, Committee of Whole County Assembly. The Kitui County Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024, County Assembly number 5 of 2024, it will be read the third time. And members, this program can also be viewed on the Kitui County Assembly website, www.kituiassembly.org. Mr. Speaker, this statement is signed by me, Daniel Ngoima Kimanzi, on the business coming to next week, and I beg to lay the statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniel Ngoima. Let's have Honorable Hussein Mwandia, member of County Assembly representing Ikuda Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I would like to lay the following statement. Statement request on land ownership and titling in Kitui County. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 42, Section 2, subsection C, I would like to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Committee on Lands, Infrastructure and Urban Development. Aware that the Committee on Lands, Infrastructure and Urban Development is mandated under Standing Order number 190, subsection 5, and the second schedule to oversight all matters relating to county policy formulation and the management of land in liaison with the National Land Commission, Land Survey and Mapping. Concerned that there have been a lot of public outcry and court cases on land grabbing in Kitui County, especially on allotted plots within urban areas, making residents lose millions of monies through this heinous transaction. Mr. Speaker, further concerned that the County Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development is the custodian of public land in the county. However, the county government of Kitui is losing public land at a very high rate to land grabbers. Noting that most of the residents in Kitui County do not have land documents such as title deeds, allotment letters, or double allocation of plots, therefore disadvantaging them economically as they cannot access loans from financial institutions. Further noting that the county government through the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development can liaise with the National Land Commission, Land Survey and Mapping to ensure that the residents of Kitui acquires the said land ownership documents. Mr. Speaker, from the foregoing, I therefore request the Chairperson, Committee on Lands, Infrastructure and Urban Development to arrest the matter and provide a report to this House within 21 days, detailing factual information on the following matters. Roman 1, the effort being made by the County Minister of Lands, Housing and Urban Development in assisting the Kitui citizens in getting land ownership documents. Roman 2, whether the County Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development has rolled out the valuation role and the net effect on the improvement of the own source revenue since its implementation, inclusive of the actual figures collected. Mr. Speaker, sir, Roman 3, the strategies the County Ministry intends to use to ensure there is proper urban planning in all upcoming towns and markets in Kitui County. Roman 4, enlist the available public land in Kitui County in terms of acreage and the strategies in place to protect the public land from being grabbed. Roman 5, the progress made by the County Ministry in digitizing of land records in Kitui County. Roman 6, measures put in place to plots verification across the county as a way of identifying the right owners of the plots. Roman 7, the progress made by the county ministry in developing a county spatial plan. Mr. Speaker,
I am Hussein Mwandia, elected MCA representing Ikuda Ward, Ikuda people. Mr. Speaker, I have signed this, and Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the statement. Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Hussein. And indeed, Ikuda Ward has spoken, and they have a very able representative, the name of their MCA. Therefore, Chair, Committee on Lands, Infrastructure and Urban Development, this matter has been committed to your committee. Kindly link up and liaise with the Office of the Speaker so that you work on this statement, and when others maybe that will come, and give a comprehensive statement feedback towards Honorable Hussein Mwandia and the rest of members. Thank you. Let's go on to Honorable Cornelius Ngumbao Mudhami, Member of County Assembly representing Mui Ward. Kindly proceed and make your request.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a statement request on reports regarding operations of the Office of the County Attorney. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 41-2C to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Sectoral Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs regarding reports on the operations of the Office of the County Attorney. Mr. Speaker, sir, Section 28 of the Office of the County Attorney Act provides for the preparation of an annual report by the Office of the County Attorney and states as follows. Number one, the County Attorney shall, as soon as practicable after the 30th of June in each year, prepare and furnish the governor with a report on the operations of the office during the year that ended on 30th June. The report prepared, number two, the report prepared under subsection 1 shall, in respect of the year to which it relates, contain A, the financial statements of the office, B, the description of the activities of the office, and C, such other information relating to its functions that the office may consider necessary. Number 3, the county attorney shall submit to the clerk of the county assembly a copy of the report furnished under subsection 1 for tabling before the county assembly within 15 days of the day on which the governor receives the report. Mr. Speaker, in view of the above, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs regarding 1, whether the said reports have ever been submitted to the 3rd County Assembly, and if so, table copies of the same. Number 2, if the reports have not been submitted, reasons for failure to submit the same. Mr. Speaker, number 3, the financial statements of the office since inception of the 3rd Assembly and expenditure analysis. Number 4, detailed information on the activities or programs undertaken by the office since inception of the 3rd Assembly. Number 5, detailed information on pending legal matters, awards, penalties, and pending bills. And number 6, measures put in place to ensure timely submission of annual and quarterly reports for the office in line with Article 183(3) of the Constitution, which requires the County Executive Committee to provide the County Assembly with full and regular reports. And number 7, Mr. Speaker, any other relevant information. Mr. Speaker, this statement is signed by myself, Honorable Cornelius Ngumba Omothami, MCA, County Assembly of Kitui, representing Moi Ward. And Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay statement.
Very well. The statement is well captured. Chair, Legal Affairs, Honorable Cyrus Musyoka, the statement has been, request has been committed to your committee, and as I've directed the other chair of LEUD, kindly liaise with the office of the Speaker, that we fast track on the matter as has been requested by the Honorable Member for Moi Ward. I thank you. Honorable Mary Mwende Mutune.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a statement request on the alleged theft or vandalism of Kitui County Textile Center, the Kikotech machines and equipment. Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 41 2C, I would like to request for a statement from the Chairperson Committee on Trade, Industry, ICT and Cooperatives on the alleged theft of a double button machines in the Kitui County Textile Center in Siongila Township Board. Aware that the Committee on Trade, Industry, ICT and Cooperatives is mandated under Standing Order number 195 and second schedule of the same standing orders to investigate, inquire into and report on all matters relating to the mandate, management, activities, administration, operations of the assigned department and industrial development. Further aware, Kikotech was established upon the enactment of the Kitui County Corporations Act 2019 and subsequent appropriation of funds by the County Assembly to become a county entity. Cognizant that Section 8 of the Kitui County Corporations Act 2019 establishes a board that supervises and controls the corporation's business, property, and affairs. Mr. Speaker, sir, whether the Chairperson Committee on Trade, Industry, ICT, and Cooperatives is aware that the corporation lost a double button machine in unclear circumstances, a machine that was acquired with public funds. Whether he is also aware that the occurrence has affected the operations of the corporation, a situation which begs on the safety of other machines. Mr. Speaker, sir, I request a response from the Chairperson, Committee on Trade, Industry, ICT and Cooperatives within 21 days on the following concerns. 1, an inventory of all the Kikotech machines. 2, whether the loss of the machine has been reported to the police and if any culprit or culprits have been brought to book. Number 3, what measures the management of Kikotech is putting in place to deter the reoccurrences. Number 4, any other relevant information that can aid the committee in oversight. The statement request is signed by myself, Honorable Mary Mwende Mutune, MCA, County Assembly of Kitui. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the request. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mary Mutune. This statement has been committed to the Committee of Trade, Industry, ICT and Cooperatives that is led by Honorable Daniel Ngoima Kemanzi, who is actually the MCA for Township Ward. And I know the matter is so dear to you because it is affecting the great people of Kitui County. So kindly, Honorable Ngoima, as I've said before, kindly liaise with the office of the Speaker so that the same can be worked on and report to this House your finding. I thank you. Clerk, next order.
Order number 8, commencement of business. Motion and adoption of the report by the Joint Committee on Administration and Coordination of County Affairs and Justice and Legal Affairs on the review of community level infrastructure development program framework into bracket CLIDIP by the Chairperson, Joint Committee on Administration and Coordination of County Affairs and Legal and Justice and Legal Affairs.
Very well. We're having 2 chairs, but I can see Honorable Peter Kitonyo Manza, Chair Administration and Coordination of County Affairs, the one who is supposed to move. Kindly proceed and move the motion. And members, it's very important that we take in notes on what Honorable Peter Mwanza is going to lay, of course, to move, because it's affecting most of us, if not all of us. Thank you. Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to move the motion on adoption of the report by the Joint Committee on Administration and Coordination of County Affairs and Justice and Legal Affairs on the review of the community level infrastructure development program framework, which is CLIDIP, that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 179, clause 6, and 190, clause 5, this assembly here adopted the report by the Joint Committee on Administration and Coordination of County Affairs and Justice and Legal Affairs on the review of community level infrastructure development program framework, CLIDIP, laid on the table of the County Assembly on Tuesday, 19th November 2024. Mr. Speaker, allow me just to go direct to the report.
That's okay.
To the report that we retreated to Mombasa, and I will be very brief. I will start with the introduction. Mr. Speaker, the introduction. The county government of Kitui, pursuant to the spirit of devolution, established the Kitui County Community Level Infrastructure Development Program in 2017, guided by the provision of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, in particular Article 174, Clause D and F, that recognizes the object of devolution as to recognize the right of communities to manage their own affairs and to further their development, and to promote social and economic development and provision of proximate, easily accessible service throughout Kenya, respectively. Section 115.2, Section 115, Clause 2 of the County Government Act 2012 provide that each county assembly shall develop laws and regulation giving effect to the requirement of the effective citizen participation in development, planning, and performance management within the county, and such laws and guidelines shall adhere to minimum national requirements. Further, in Section 91 of the County Government Act, that is 2012, provide that the county government shall facilitate the establishment of the structure for citizen participation, including and not limited to avenue for the participation of the people's representative, including but not limited to members of the National Assembly and Senate, and establishment of the citizen communities at the county and the decentralized unit. Mr. Speaker, it is worthy to note that program has been an initiative for poverty alleviation and improvement of socio-economic lives and enhancement of the living standard of Kitui County residents, and aims at supporting a small-scale project by addressing immediate and pressing needs of the communities, such as ECD classrooms, small bridges, drift, access stock feeder roads, market shed, public toilet, small water project, and improving health facilities, among others. This project aligns with the 16 sector prioritized for the development and transformation of Kitui County. As His Excellency, the Governor, Dr. As set in His Excellency the Governor, Dr. Julius Makau Malombe's manifesto. The public will identify and prioritize KILIDI project during the public barazas. This is in line with Article 174 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which provide for a legal framework that promotes equitable development across all wards in every county. The ultimate goal of the program is to promote development across all the county, where low-income people, minorities, youth, women, and the people living with disabilities, that is PLWD, participate in and benefit from system decision activities that shape their livelihood. Mr. Speaker, this framework was reviewed and amended for the first time by the Committee on Land, Infrastructure and Urban Development in the Second Assembly through a motion which was approved by the House on 27th November 2018 and forwarded to the County Executive Committee member on 28th November 2018. Upon a receipt of amendment, the County Executive Committee member of Lands, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development referred the amendment back to the Assembly with the memorandum dated 19th November 2019 outlining reasons for the referral. In the said memorandum on the amendment of the KILIDI, the County Executive Committee member agreed to some of the amendment, whereas disagreed on clause 22 of the amendment. Mr. Speaker, on the establishment of mandate of the Joint Committee, Committee on Administration and County.
Can you skip that and go to page 13? You can go to the review of the framework itself.
Okay, sir. That is 2, review. Thank you, Speaker, for that correction. Review of the community level infrastructure development program framework. The Kitui County Community Level Infrastructure Development Program, KILIDI, framework was adopted by the First County Assembly of Kitui in 2017. It was established as guided by the provision of Article 174, Clause D and Clause F of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. This article of the Constitution recognizes the object of devolution as to promote the right of the communities to manage their own affairs, to further their development, to promote socio-economic development, and the provision of the proximate, easily accessible service throughout Kenya, respectively. The program has been an initiative for poverty alleviation and improvement of socio-economic lives and enhancement of living standard of the Kitui County resident, and aim at supporting small-scale projects by addressing immediate and pressing needs, communities such as ECD classroom, small bridges and drift, access to feeder road, market shed, public toilet, small water project, and improving health facilities, among others. This framework was reviewed and amended for the first time by the Kitui County Assembly Committee on Land Infrastructure and Urban Development in the Second Assembly through a motion approved by House on 20. And Urban Development referred the amendment back to the Assembly with the memorandum outlining reason for the referral. In the said memorandum, Mr. Speaker, on the amendment of the CLIDI framework, the County Executive Committee member agreed to some of the amendment, whereas disagreed on clause 22. Deletion of the word 70% and replacing therefore with the word 80%. That means maintaining the status quo of this paragraph of the CLIDI framework before the amendment. The agreed amendment on paragraph 5, that is clause 3, were to insert opening of new road by hiring bulldozer machine for a maximum of 170 hour per ward. Grading of road by hiring grader for a maximum of 170 per hour per ward. While reviewing the CLIDI framework, the committee noted that most of these amendments have never been implemented, such as amendment on paragraph 5, clause 3. So Speaker, it is in this view that the Joint Committee on Administration, Coordination of the County Affairs and Justice and Legal Affairs resolved to retreat to Pride Flamingo, Mombasa from 25th to 29th September this year, 2024, to review the CLIDI framework and come up with the proposal to amend it. Upon review, members proposes the following amendment. 1. By including the following new subparagraph immediately after subparagraph 5, clause 3 of the amendment CLIDI framework as follows. T, bush clearing, then U, hiring of machines to bracket opening of road, grading, dosing, leveling of playground, desilting on hard dams and other related work. That paragraph 16 be amended by adding the following words. The County Assembly for approval before forwarding to the between the word to and procurement. This is to ensure that the representative role as provided under Section 9 of the County Government Act is envisaged. Number 3, paragraph 17 by deleting the word 2 million as a ceiling in the first line and replacing therefore with the 4 million. 4, paragraph 22 be amended by increasing the money's percentage from 70% to 85% to be utilized for the project in the respective wards, identifying the public barazas as the village level. Part D of it, reducing the monies percentage from the 25% to 10% to be utilized for projects apportioned equally among the 8 clause 8 sub-counties to cater to projects that have impact within the respective sub-counties that will be identified as per the county development plans, which include County Integrated Development Plan, CADP, and the Kitui Vision for Economic and Social Transformation, KIVEST. 5, that the ceiling of the project budget finance under paragraph 25 clause A be amended under paragraph 23 of the CLIDI framework by increasing the project budget from Kenya shillings to 2 million to 4 million due to inflation and high cost of living, leading to increase in project implementation cost. So Speaker, framework is also very important that the House need to hear the framework context. Very crucial. The establishment of the Kitui County Community Level Infrastructure Development Program framework was guided by Article 174 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, which promote equitable development across all the wards in every county in Kenya. It is also underpinned in Section 91 and 115, Clause 2 of the County Government Act 2012, which facilitate the establishment of the structure for citizen participation at the county level. The CLIDI project aligned with the 16 sectors priorities for the development and the transformation of Kitui as set out in the Excellence, the Governor, Dr. Julius Makau Malombe's manifesto. A framework background, Mr. Speaker, it's also important. The primary objective of this review is to amend some provision of the principles CLIDI framework. This is meant to improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the framework to create bigger positive social and economic impact through the CLIDI projects at the village level. The Kitui County Community Level Infrastructure Development Program framework ensure that the residents in Kitui County are directly involved in the decision-making process on matters that affect them and effectively participate in governance through public participation forum convened by the executive. This framework apportion 70% of the CLIDI monies to be utilized to cater for the project in the respective ward as identified during the public barazas and the county integrated development plan. 25%, Mr. Speaker, of the CLIDI monies to be apportioned equally to be utilized for the project in the 8 sub-counties, and further 5% of the CLIDI money to be utilized to defray the program administrative cost.
Very well, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Speaker.
Those some of the items that you are mentioning, you've mentioned them in the previous paragraphs. Can we go to page 18 and
Committee observation.
Exactly.
Thank you. Committee observation. Having examined the Kitui County Community Level Infrastructure Development Program framework, the Joint Committee made the following observation: that the CLIDI framework is not self-executing, thus proposes for enhancement of the Kitui County Community Level Infrastructure Development Program Act.
Enactment.
Let me repeat the whole of it, if you don't mind. That the CLIDI framework is not self-executing and thus proposes for enactment of Kitui County Community Level Infrastructure Development Program Act and the regulations therefore thereto foresees its implementation. 2, that the KLIDI program has been an initiative for poverty alleviation and improvement of socio-economic lives, which enhance living standard of Kitui County resident and recognize the importance of devolution. Number 3, that the ultimate goal of the KLIDI program is to promote development across all the villages in the county where people with low living standard, minorities, youth, women, and people with disabilities participate in and benefit from the system. Decision and activities that shape the livelihood. Number 4, that ward project validation committee should be established to validate project at ward level before submission to the management committee. That the members of the county assembly should be an ex officio member of the committee. However, section 9 clause 2 of the County Government Act bars any member of the county assembly from directly or indirectly involving in the affairs of the administration, in affairs or administration of the county executive. That 5, that project identification and prioritization in the KLIDI framework should undergo the following steps. First step, public barazas. This is done at the village level, where community members in the respective villages are invited to identify and prioritize project through a participatory process in public barazas. B, second step, completion of the list prioritized project. This is done at ward level, where the ward administrator meets all the villages, administrator from the various villages within the ward, and compile a list of prioritized proposed projects. The list is forwarded to the ward validation committee, which shall validate the ward project to confirm whether the project are submitted at the village level. At the village level during the public barazas. Upon validation, the committee shall forward the list of the sub-county administrator. That is to the sub-county. Then C, third step, compilation of the list of the prioritized project from the ward. This is done at the sub-county level, where the sub-county administrator compile the list of the prioritized proposed project for all wards and forward to the management committee. The last step, part D, which is the fourth step, procurement. This is the final stage at the management committee, where the list of the prioritized proposed projects from all the 8 sub-counties are compiled and forwarded to the county assembly for approval. Upon approval by the county assembly, the approved list of prioritized projects shall be forwarded to the relevant technical team for site visit and prepare design and bill of quantities, BQ. Thereafter, the project is advertised and awarded to the winning bidder for project takeoff. Part 6, that the eligible project for implementation under this program include the following. I think I read all that, so members can see from A to K. On addition of the slaughterhouse, water kiosk, water tanks, sandy dams, and power connectivity, and small community water piped. They were not there, but the rest were there, ECD class and ETC. Allow me to go to part 7, that the KLIDI monies are utilized as follows. And this is very important, honorable members. That KLIDI monies are utilized as follows. A, 70% of the KLIDI monies is utilized to cater for the project in the respective ward, identified in the public baraza at a village level. B, 25% of the KLIDI money is utilized to project apportioned equally among the 8 sub-counties to cater for projects that have impact within the respective sub-county, and the project will be identified as per the county development plans, including CIDP and the KIVEST. 5% of the CLIDIP money is utilized to defray the program's administration cost. 8, that each CLIDIP project has a maximum of Kenya shillings 2 million, whereas any project whose bill of quantities is beyond Kenya shillings 2 million shall be forwarded to the relevant county ministries for consideration for implementation. Paragraph 5, clause 3 of the framework should be amended by adding the following new projects to increase efficiency of service delivery to the community as follows: bush clearing, hiring of machines to bracket opening of roads, grading, dosing, leveling of the playground, desilting of hard dams, and other related works. 10. Paragraph 16 should be amended by adding the following words: the county assembly for approval before forwarding to the between Ward 2 and procurement. This to ensure that the representative role is provided under Section 9 of the County Government Act is envisaged. 11. Paragraph 17 should be amended by increasing the amount in words. Mr. Speaker, I think I'm repeating. Let me go just to 4. Committee recommendation.
That's okay.
For the sake of time.
That's okay. Honorable members, I know we are consulting, but let's consult in low tones, kindly, so that we can hear what the chairperson is moving. I beg you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me. Committee recommendation. Having reviewed the CLIDIP framework, the Joint Committee proposes, this is a committee of JLAC and administration, there is need to fast track the enactment of Kitui County Community Level Infrastructure Development Program Act and the regulation thereto for self-execution of this framework. The Community Level Infrastructure Development Program framework is vital for the community growth, and therefore the monies for CLIDIP should be capped at least 25% of the total count annual development budget, given the proven effective of this project to the local community. 3, the CLIDIP money should be distributed equally among the 4 wards, ensuring that each ward receives an equitable share of public resources. This approach will enhance equity across all the village and promote development in every ward. Number 4, public participation forum at village level should be undertaken not more than days. Members, this is very important. And I repeat, number 4, public participation forum at village level should not be undertaken not more than 90 days upon approval of annual budget by the county assembly. Number 5.
Honorable members, I've just said, let's consult in low tones. We want to hear what the chair is saying.
Number 5. The House approves the amendment for gazettement as follows: by adding following new sub-county paragraph immediately after sub-paragraph 5, clause 3 of the CLIDIP framework as follows: bush clearing, T, hiring of machines, opening of roads, grading, dosing, leveling of playground, desilting of hard dams, and other related works. Justification: so as to increase efficiency of service delivery to the community. That paragraph 16 be amended by adding the following words: the the county assembly for approval before forwarding to the between wards 2 and procurement. Justification for it. This is to ensure that the representative role as provided under Section 9 of the County Government Act is envisaged. 3. Paragraph 17 by deleting the word 2 appearing the first line and replacing therefore with 4. That's 2 and 4 million. Justification. In order to counter the high rate of inflation, which has resulted to an increase in the cost of living. Paragraph 22 be amended under the following subparagraph, deleting the word 70% and replacing therefore with the following words, 85%. Deleting the word 25% and replacing therefore with the word 10%. Justification, so as to increase efficiency of service delivering to the community. The last one, Mr. Speaker, but paragraph 23 by deleting the word 2 and replacing it with the word 4. It's a repetition. Justification, due to increasing the rate of inflation leading to high cost of living, therefore increasing project implementation. Mr. Speaker, before I give the chair of JLAC to second what I have gone through the report, I would like to urge the honorable members of this House at least to give their views, because as I've been saying, the CLIDIP goes to the community as the gospel or the word of God. If, Mr. Speaker, we have a project of 1.2 million and it should go to a certain village, it goes as the way public has requested. And Mr. Speaker, since I know this document came from the side of executive, it never came from assembly. From the time it was being established. Honorable members, we can leave a legacy, because I know the Assembly of 2017 tried to do some of the amendment, but they never succeeded. It is the chances within us as the legislators of the House. Because what we are requesting here is to increase the money for CLIDIP, for development, from 70% to 85%. It does not mean that we are removing the money from the office of the government. Otherwise, if the money is in the office of the government, it is there for development. It is not money for individual, Mr. Speaker. And I've also realized out of the annual development budget, and I gave an example while we are in Retreat, Mombasa, and I said in a situation where we have like annual development budget of like 4 billion, and then we remove 25% out of it, it means in the office of the governor, we are leaving a lot of money. A lot of money. And that is why the joint committee, we were proposing that let increase this money to go to help Mwananchi. Honorable members, the Mwananchi, as we talk, we have issues of roads. And I know this issue of road has been coming to the assembly. So I'm really requesting honorable members to support this document. It will help you. It will bring more projects to your ward. And you know politically how it will be. And the last, but not the least, Mr. Speaker, I've seen a situation where the office of the governor, I don't want to say the governor, let me use the word office of the governor. When he attends, let's say for example, a funeral to my ward, and as an area MCA, I stand and I request a certain project to be done. Actually, he promises immediately. Where is the governor getting this money? It is the money that we have allocated to his office for CLIDIP. And Mr. Speaker, I ask myself a question. What if a situation that governor will never attend a funeral in Kanyangi Ward, Waita Ward, Mutonguni, or to Nguno kwa Mutonga? How will they get the project? It means we will have a lot of projects being done in one ward, because the governor attends the meetings there. So that is why we are saying let us remove some of the amount and then we take to the development project to be provided equally, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the House of Procedures and Rules, and this is where everything is legislated. I got some information while we are in retreat. I don't know, I will put it as a rumors or what.
No, we don't want to hear rumors. Kindly prosecute your document, Honorable Chair. Rumors, leave them for... yeah?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
But the point is, honorable members, we should not be convinced or to be called somewhere or to be told that what we are requesting to be amended here, it is impossible. We will be forgetting our role as the members of the assembly to legislate, to oversight, and to represent our people. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, allow me...
There is a point of order. Kindly take back a seat first as we are. Honorable Ngwele,
Mr. Speaker, I'm here to move the motion, so it is not allowed to be debated at this juncture.
No. Kindly give Honorable Ngwele a microphone to say something.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Chair for the Committee on Administration to imply that the Honorable members of this House can be called somewhere to be convinced, which is another way of saying to be compromised, on matters relating to the business of the Assembly? Mr. Speaker, I think that is imputing improper motive on the Honorable members, and the Honorable Chair needs to withdraw that remark and apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Ngwele. But I had advised the Chair, of course, not to go that route and first move the motion. Then you call for the person who is supposed to second the motion. Anyway, we've heard you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think I can use the word Mheshimiwa from Changwidya East said. The message has already gone.
No,
but
kindly move the motion and stop that discussion.
Mr. Speaker, I also need to defend myself.
I think, Honorable Member and the Chair, I'm trying to guide you. Stop going that direction. You first of all move the motion. Okay? When before we put the question, you can give you an opportunity to respond.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Those guidance. Mr. Speaker, allow me to call Mheshimiwa from Chatune Ward.
No. You first of all move the motion.
I had already moved.
No. Please stop arguing. Move the motion and then you call a second, Honorable.
Thank you.
Peter Mwanza.
Motion on adoption of the report by the Joint Committee on Administration and Coordination of the County Affairs.
Honorable Peter Mwanza, I want to guide you. you just say, over you've said everything that you wanted to say, it's just to beg to move the motion and then you call the second. You don't need to read everything.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I move the motion and I beg, request Mheshimiwa from Chatuni Ward
Yeah.
to second the motion, and thank you.
Thank you very well. Honorable Cyrus Musyoka. Who is also the chairperson, Committee on Legal and Justice Affairs.
Thank you, the Honorable Speaker, for accommodating me. I rise to second the motion by the chairperson, Committee on Administration. And Honorable Speaker, you all note that this is a very important motion for the honorable members in this House, considering that we all know how important CLIDIP is to our political lives and to the lives of our people development-wise, because most of the visible acts by the county government and by member of county assembly at the ward level are exhibited through CLIDIP. It is imperative that we consider amending the whole CLIDIP so that we get additional monies for additional services in our respective wards and make the CLIDIP CLIDIP Act more useful and pro people. Again, Honorable Speaker, I want to note a number of recommendations that the chair has indicated. One of them is the increment from 2 million shillings, the ceiling from 2 million shillings to 4 million shillings, which is very important because owing to the levels of inflation and the cost of living now, you realize that a project of 2 million shillings at the ground right now is a very small project and cannot be felt. Its impact cannot be felt in an area of representation like a ward. Having a 4 million shillings at the ceiling of a project would be much better and felt in our respective wards. Again, Honorable Speaker, we need to look into the issue of equity because there are members who are coming from very small wards here. There's a member who is coming from a ward that is having 5 villages, and then they're getting the same share as a member of Chuso ward who is having 9 villages, the former majority leader. His allocation of CLIDIP is the same as the allocation of CLIDIP for another member who is coming from a ward that is having 4 villages. All good laws need to be reviewed with time. And it is time that the Third Assembly of Kitui reviewed the CLIDIP Act and came up with a more pro-people act that is factoring in issues and matters to do with inflation and the current cost of living. All of us bearing in mind that we have biting inflation and the cost of living is high. With those 2 remarks, I want to second and urge my honorable colleagues to take it seriously and give the right input that will help us amend this particular act to make it more pro-people and helpful to the people of Kitui so that they can realize devolution. and also remind my honorable colleagues that one of our primary roles as members of county assembly is legislation. Sometimes we might do the oversight and do the representation, but we need to pull up our socks and do much more on matters legislation, so that we get to be legislating those acts and laws that are pro people, and the rest shall fall into place. Thank you, and I second.
Very well, thank you so much, Honorable Cyrus. Thank you so much. Honorable members, allow me now to propose a motion on the adoption. The motion on the adoption of the report by the Joint Committee on Administration and Coordination of County Affairs, Justice and Legal Affairs on the review of Community Level Infrastructure Development Program Framework, into brackets CLIDIP, as it has been moved by the Chairperson, Joint Committee on Administration and Coordination of County Affairs and Justice and Legal Affairs, Honorable Peter Kitonyo Mwanza, that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order number 1796 and 195, this Assembly hereby adopts the report by the Joint Committee on Administration and Coordination of County Affairs and Justice and Legal Affairs on the review of the community level infrastructure development program framework CLIDIP, laid on the table of the County Assembly on Tuesday, 19th November 2024. And of course, the motion is as it has been read and seconded by Honorable Cyrus Musyoka Kisavi. So, honorable members, before I put the question, I would like to give a few of us an opportunity to say something in regards to the motion. And even before I give you an opportunity, I urge us all, there are two more motions that are ahead of us. Let's be time conscious. A maximum of 2 minutes is enough. You don't need to repeat what your colleague has said so as to prove a point. So be guided as we start that. So we'll start with the Honorable Nicholas Mutemi, and then Honorable Ngwele. Then I'll give direction further.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. And please, sometimes we might be forced to speak from there. I'm sure our sergeant will help us in moving the microphone to save on time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am here to support the motion as moved. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think it's time that we amend this CLIDIP program as recommended by the committee. As a member of the committee, we had our time, the joint committee, and we deliberated
adequately, and the findings were well thought. I believe that the governor of Kitui is a good man who is well-meaning, that by adding 1 billion, the credit program from the current 750 million to 1 billion, it will come in handy to help our people at our grassroots. And when you look at, if you move across all wards in Kitui, you will find that all villages have benefited from clean dip. And the Speaker, it is high time that we do a timely amendment. I think, Mr. Speaker, I want to add a voice on the issue of how clean dip is administered. That in the amendment we propose that allocation of funds be done by village, because we know when per village, because allocation of funds be done as per village, because when you look at what is happening.
What is your point of order, Honorable Mulandi? Is it point of order? Information. Honorable Mutemi, do you want to be informed?
I don't think I want to be informed by him, not unless someone else.
Mulandi, you can take back your seat. I know you belong to the same committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
He doesn't want to be informed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My suggestion is that
kindly finalize.
No, Mr. Speaker, my point is that we have we as members of this assembly, we believe that he who seeks equity must come with clean hands. And at the same time, we need equality and equity. When you go to, we have to be fair. If you go to a ward like
30 seconds.
If you go to a ward like Athi, which has
Honorable Mulande, I might be forced to ask you to quote the point of order that you are referring. Okay, fine. Kindly give Honorable Mulandi microphone.
My point, I'm making a suggestion, a proposal. A proposal is not a motion.
Mr. Speaker, can you order the member to sit down?
No, don't direct the chair. Honorable Mutemi, when the member is as per the rules, you take back your seat. But Honorable Mulandi, you can't order the chair.
Mr. Speaker, I think Honorable Member from Kisasisi mislead the House. There's nowhere in the document whereby the committee agreed on the equitable distribution of the monies for Kilidib as per villages. So I think he's misleading the House. And it's not in order for him to mislead this Honorable House. Thank you. And he's a member of the committee.
Very well, it's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we are contributing on the motion. We are not reading what the committee did. It's my suggestion that going forward, that we need to have fairness and equality in the administration of this leadership. And I insist that we are not fair to a ward like Athi, which has 9 villages, as compared to another one which has 5 villages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. And Honorable members, we are having Honorable Ngwele. And I want to advise you guys, because you know, from where I sit, I can't control how to switch off that microphone. But then, when we see 2 minutes, let's be honorable members, because I've said we're having 2 more motions that need our attention. Honorable Ngwele, and let everybody who wants to say something, I've said maximum of 2 minutes. From there we will go to Deborah, then this is Honorable Mamisi, Honorable Mulandi, then the Deputy Minority. Can you take your time and listen to your hair? No, I know you are very senior indeed, but I'll give you an opportunity before shifting to the other side. Yes, Ngwele.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very economical with time because I know CLIDIP is a very emotive issue and more members would like to make the contribution. I come here to support the motion on adoption of this report. And I want to keep myself to just 2 things. One, I would like to correct an impression that was created by the chair of administration that the CLIDIP was an initiative of the county executive. It was not an initiative of the county executive. It was a joint initiative. I co-chaired the committee that created the CLIDIP together with the then acting county secretary. In 2013, the then acting county secretary was a gentleman called Mr. Frederick Muli, and we had a joint committee between the assembly and the executive. That is what created CLIDIP. Therefore, we have equal responsibility to improve on CLIDIP, to manage CLIDIP, to make sure that CLIDIP is managed properly. Mr. Speaker, I want to support very strongly the recommendation of the committee that we should fast track a CLIDIP law.
Order, Honorable Jeremiah. Order.
We should fast track a CLIDIP law. A CLIDIP is 12 years old now, and Mr. Speaker, I've been in the county government of Kitui for just as long, and I have seen CLIDIP seriously threatened through a political interference. I served in a regime that I didn't like CLIDIP at all, and there were vigorous efforts to downgrade CLIDIP or to abolish it altogether. Mr. Speaker, if we don't enact a CLIDIP law now, when we come back here in 2027, we might not find CLIDIP, or we might find a very different type of program. We have a duty to entrench CLIDIP into law, so that there are minimum standards for implementation of CLIDIP, and there are minimum budgets for CLIDIP. Right now, the allocation for monies for CLIDIP is based on the goodwill of the governor who is in office, and if tomorrow we have a governor who doesn't like CLIDIP, the money can get seriously reduced or disappear altogether.
Okay.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, the point that the Honourable Member for Kisasi talked about here, and which was opposed by Honourable Mulanti unfairly, it is a proposal that I personally brought to the committee, and it was defeated. But we should not give up on pursuing it. Right now, CLIDIP does not give equality to the wards. When you give Adi ward 12 million shillings for CLIDIP, and you give Kanziku ward in Kitui South sub-county 12 million shillings for CLIDIP, you have not given Adi and Kanziku equal amounts of money. You have actually given Adi much less money.
30 seconds.
That is why, Mr. Speaker, I will not tire to campaign that allocation for CLIDIP monies needs to be based on villages, not on wards. So that the wards that have more villages can get more money. But right now, because the joint committee saw that allocation should continue on the basis of wards, as in the report, let us go ahead with it. But eventually, we need to have the allocation that is based on villages, so that we can have real equity.
Your point is on. Thank you.
Yeah. Finally, Mr. Speaker.
Your 2 minutes are over, Honorable Bongwele.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I defer to the guidance of the chair. Therefore, I beg to support.
Thank you. Because Honorable Jeremiah has insisted that he is very senior, I want to give you an opportunity before giving Honorable Deborah, due to your position as the deputy minority leader. Kindly proceed. And then Honorable Deborah, you should be close to the table if you want to use it. Otherwise, the sergeants will be moving around with the microphone. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, before I proceed, you have alluded that I said that I'm too senior. Honorable Chair, withdraw.
Oh, no, please stop going that direction, Honorable Jeremiah. I'm just
thank you. Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, before I support this report, I'm a bit worried because whatever a member by the name Honorable Motemi from Kisasi was trying to debate here, it seemed that he don't even know the content of that report. And when I went to ask him about the issue, he has stolen my report and he has gone away. Chair, I want to support this report on this basis, that CLIDIP, those of us that have been around for the last 2 years now,
Honorable Jeremiah,
we have
Honorable Jeremiah first. A member doesn't steal. Kindly withdraw that statement. It is unparliamentary. Yes, Honorable Ngwele. Who is giving the microphone?
No, Chair, I haven't accepted the information.
First of all, before he informs you, I've advised you, a member doesn't steal while in the chamber. So use a parliamentary term to refer to what Honorable Nicholas Mutemi has done. Then, 1 minute, just 1 minute. Huh?
Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform the member from Guni Ward that an honorable member doesn't steal, but a member can borrow without asking.
Maybe that is the info that he needed.
Mr. Chair, I want to withdraw the statement that he stole my document.
Yeah.
But he took without asking, and he just went away. Chair, because I'm limited to time,
yeah.
I want to say the following. The 2 years that I've been around, and the members of public can attest that if there is any program which is efficient in terms of going closer to the people, in terms of provision of services and projects, it is a CLIDIP. Chair, it is only CLIDIP where we involve the public to do public participation. And they will say that this village, we want this project, we want this one done. And because that money is there, you find that 95% of those projects requested, they usually come. But we have cases where a project was proposed by the community, it was advertised, and no contractor who was assigned that project, and then it is not done. But you find that around 95% of those projects are done. The Speaker, this amendment, which has been brought today, seeks to increase the allocation from 2 million to 4 million, and again the percentage moved to 85%. Chair, from where I sit, because I sit in the alternative government, call it the minority leadership, us is to request that the government of day should accept these amendments. But I'm worried because when these amendments are subjected to the governor and to his people, they will be the very first people to say they don't want these amendments because it has happened before. Chair, that is my worry. But I want to challenge the government of the day. If they so mean very well, because I can see my good friend Honorable Erastus Buno listening to me. Sometimes I call him the executive MCA, but I don't want to go that route. I want to send this message that God tell the government of the day, that you mean very well to the people of Kitui County. Please accept these amendments, because improving, taking this money from 2 million to 4 million, Mr. Speaker, we are going to deliver more projects to our people. That is my message from where I sit in opposition.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's have, and I'm worried. It's only members of JILAC and the administration who are contributing, and they are the one who brought us the document. Let's have Honorable Deborah, the Honorable Mamisi, who is the Vice Chair of administration, Honorable Mulandi, then we sit to this side. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are next again.
Mr. Speaker, I think it is also good for the members of JLAC and administration to start, because they have the information, so that the other members, when they are contributing, they will also have good enlightenment.
Vice Chair, you've already... Vice Chair,
Mr. Speaker...
Vice Chair, the information already is with us because we have the document. Anyway, I was trying to encourage others to participate.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I think the reason we stand here and participate, it is because we need enlightenment on the document which has been placed before us. Right. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate the committee of administration and JLAC for the good job that they did in Mombasa. And Mr. Speaker, the first amendment which was brought to the assembly in the last assembly, they were not implemented. The last time I stood here, I still quoted the implementation committee. It is good because in this house we have passed so many reports, but our implementation committee, do they follow up and know why are these reports not implemented? So I would also urge the chair for implementation is not here, that this report should be followed and be implemented. CLIDIP touches the common mwananchi in our county. And the committee which sat in Mombasa came up with a very good observations, and recommendations on this CLIDIP. Mr. Speaker, I would appreciate seeing CLIDIP sealed at 25% of the county development budget. Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to see a ceiling of 4 million from 2 million of the CLIDIP, because CLIDIP touches the common mwananchi. And the other matter that I want to comment on is where we said that the projects, after they have been reviewed in the ward level, the committee has recommended that these projects be brought to the assembly for approval, because the assembly represents the mwananchi. It is good for it to be brought to the assembly, for the representatives of the mwananchi to know if what their people said is what is in the document. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support and I request honorable members to support the report.
Thank you. Let's have Honorable Godfrey Dagara because of seniority. Then Honorable Mamis will be the next. Thank you.
Members, order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Agara, you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and therefore I want to even myself also put my voice on the motion. Members, I want us to realize that this is a very important motion. And whenever we come into discussing issues around very critical issues of the people, it is always good that we be keen. And therefore, members will realize that CLIDIP is one of the very important programs that the county government of Kitui ever started, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can see a lot of movements there. And therefore, members, I would want to confirm, like what Honorable Jeremiah said, the only thing that we can only see on the ground, it is the projects that have been done by CLIDIP. We do not even know where the monies that we allocate for ministries, we do not know where they go. Yes. You realize that at the end of the day, monies that we put to build markets in the previous budget, and I want to thank my chair trade, because in the last budget, the other year's budget, we were able to build market sheds in all the wards. But now in this year's budget, we don't know where that money went. And therefore, the only thing we can see on the ground, it is projects that have been done by the CLIDIP. And even if you go to the public, even the public participation that we've always done, you realize that people say that let us add more money on the CLIDIP. And I think this amendment motion that has been brought by chair, I want to say that it's one of the critical amendments, and I want to support the amendment that are therein. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that CLIDIP, whenever you go on the ground and public participation is done, the verification committee or validation committee by the executive, to some extent they tend to alter what the public normally say. You realize that the public have said we want a drift here, we want a class to be built here, we want a given chain link somewhere. And after that, the projects go to the validation committee, Mr. Speaker, you realize even one village will not even get any project. So it is as if people, validation committee alters and hides some of the monies. I don't know where they take them. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it is good, like the committee has proposed, when the public participation has been done, and it goes to the validation committee by the executive, then we need to make sure that that report comes into the assembly, so that we know that what the public said there on the ground has been put properly, the way the public had given from the ground, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, out of the assembly perception and validating whether the executive has given the projects that they were, that's when we are able to protect our people, that projects will not be able to disappear in between the process. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to take opportunity also to say that I want to support this amendment bill 100%.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mwamisi. 1 minute. And if I say 1 minute, because look at the time, we have 3 more motions ahead. Kindly. So,
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you for this chance for me to support this great motion that has been done by the Joint Committee. Honorable Speaker, as I support, I also want to take this opportunity to pass condolences to some of my residents that drowned, including one Sila Kalata Maliti, who drowned in Dua River, and we were able to recover him on Monday. I want to thank the Department of Disaster and Management, Disaster and Emergency, the County Department of Emergency and the Red Cross for the assistance that they gave, and also your support, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you look at this, there's another person that we are still looking. Yesterday I was still in that river. The person hails from Vo Chamatu, but the residents are still looking for him. We pray that we are going to recover him. Honorable Speaker, this motion is so dear to the Kitui people, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, the amendments that we were able to bring on the table as a joint committee, they are so great and they are so good for the people of Kitui County. And Mr. Speaker, I request honorable members of this County Assembly of Kitui to support so that we can move together.
Thank you.
The issue of 25%, a pro rata, so that once we get more money, we get more money for development for our people. Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We cannot speak all of us. We cannot speak all of us. There are other motions which I will give you a chance to speak. We cannot speak all of us unless we stick to strictly 1 minute. Yeah, because most of you are not sticking to the 1 minute. So if you exceed 1 minute and I tell you to sit down, please sit down. Majority whip, strictly 1 minute. And the clerks, please time. 1 minute strictly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have just raised to support this motion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Majority Leader. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am here to support the motion based on 2 things.
Yes.
The report, not the motion.
Yes.
The report is because from my medical background, we say we go with history. The first assembly did something. The second assembly did something. I urge this honorable house, we do something. But there is one thing that I will caution the members. This is just but a clear framework. It's just but a policy. There is no act and there is no regulation. So it is upon us as an house, after we pass this one, if we want to have an abiding thing that any government, when it comes, it will abide by it, then you, Mr. Speaker, you give the permission to the committees, the 2 committees, to come up with a law such that this thing can be enacted in law. It becomes binding for this government and other governments to come. I support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mwange. Come here quickly. Use this microphone. I'm advised by the answer that this side is better than the other side. So use this side.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have caught your eye. I stand to support the motion. When the likes of Honorable Ngwele speak, I will listen because they're the pioneers of this thing. You did a good thing, Mheshimiwa. You started this clip, and we have.
Everybody, Honorable Chair, you'll be the last one to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to say this is one of the best gifts the first County Assembly gave to the people of Kitui. It is upon us to enhance it, and this one will encourage equal distribution of resources to our respective 4 wards. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand here to support.
Thank you, Honorable Katana. Strictly 1 minute or less. We are doing very well. We are going to finish everything right now. Thank you, Honorable. You are a ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. All doctors don't rush because they can make wrong diagnosis and wrong treatment, Mr. Speaker.
This time,
thank you. This document, Mr. Speaker. This document, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say, this document, among others, to be a factor to dictate your stay in this assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Priscilla Mother Makomi. It will be followed by Honorable Mulandi, who is the last person. I think now we are doing, Cornelius, you are the last person. Thank you, we are doing well. Honorable Kasongi will finish, don't worry. Honorable Priscilla.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand to support, since the resources are going back to the wards.
Yes.
When these MCRs are settled with that amount of money, I know we are okay as women that I represent in this assembly. I support.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mulandi, Benjamin.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the motion by saying that the good work done by the committee on the proposal to reduce the 25% of monies being shared among the 8 sub-counties to 10%, because, Mr. Speaker, sir, we are living out of monies in the office of the governor, and we are not seeing how the money is being utilized in our various wards. I have never seen the governor in my ward, so I'm asking myself how the 25% has been used for the 2 years in Mutonguno ward. Thank you. I support.
Thank you, Honorable Cornelius. Honorable Kasongi, you are the last. Also, Honorable Cyrus, I've seen you. You will be the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to support this motion based on the findings that I have looked at in the last 2 budgets that we have passed. Their procurement plan for the year, they don't seem to have equity in distribution of projects within our 40 wards. And so I know of the appropriation of monies that went to the Department of Water, saying that they will have a borehole one borehole per ward, and which was never achieved. So this CLIDIP is the only bet that we have, which can give equity to our people and our wards. And so, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you, Honorable Kasongi. 30 seconds. Your time has reduced. 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand to support the report, and it is one of the most important reports we ever had in this House, Mr. Speaker. So I stand to support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Waiter. Honorable Cyrus Ekanga, please rush. I know you're a co-chair. After yourself now, the chair administration, then we finish.
Thank you, the Honorable Speaker. Mine is to urge my colleagues to really consider and think around the issue of equity around the 247 wards, and also compare the same with the issue of having regions that are marginalized, having areas that are under the municipality, and then we come up with something that is cutting across the 207 villages, bringing in equity and proper distribution of county resources. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair Jailak. Chair Administration, you are the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me thank the members of the Committee of Administration and the JLAG for the commitment of this important document, and also thank the honorable members for taking the report very, very positive. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to remove something that I'm hearing members they are talking about. When you talk of equal distribution to 247 villages, let them also consider the factors. The geographical area of our ward and maybe the poverty within that ward. Those are the factors, you cannot leave them behind. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, thank you very much. I think we tried our level best to ensure that every member has a chance to contribute. Allow me now to put the question on the motion on adoption of the report by the Joint Committee on Administration and Coordination of County Affairs and Justice and Legal Affairs on the review of community level infrastructure development program framework into bracket CLIDIP. Motion moved by the chairperson, Joint Committee on Administration and Coordination of County Affairs and Justice and Legal Affairs, that pursuant to the provision studying order number 179/6 and 190/5, this assembly hereby adopts the report by the Joint Committee on Administration and coordination of county affairs, and justice and legal affairs on the review of community level infrastructure development program framework, CLEDIP, laid on the table of the County Assembly on Tuesday 19th, 2024. Honorable, and the report is as read by the chair. Honorable members, as many of these opinions say aye, aye. As many of the contrary opinions say nay, the ayes have it. Clerk, next order.
Order number 9, motion on adoption of the report by the Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation on the inspection exercise on boreholes drilled across Kitui County in the financial year 23-24, Kitwasco and the Kimwasco pipelines, their main water sources, and the treatment zones conducted from the 12th to the 16th of August 2024 by the chairperson, Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation.
Thank you, Chair, Committee on Agriculture. Again, you are very smart today. You seem to have changed your wardrobe. Thank you very much. Please try to be very brief, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Speaker.
You can't read everything.
Yes. I will just go to the important matters.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move motion on adoption of the report by the Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation on the inspection exercise on boreholes drilled across Kitui County, the financial year 2023-2024, Kitwasco and Kimwasco pipelines, their main water sources and treatment zones, conducted from 12th to 16th August. That pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 179 Clause 6 and 19 Clause 5, this Assembly hereby adopts the report by the Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation on the inspection exercise on boreholes drilled across Kitui County in the financial year 2023-2024, Kitwasco and Kimwasco pipelines, their main water sources and treatment zones, conducted from 12th to 16th August 2024, laid on the table of the County Assembly on Tuesday 19th November 2024. Mr. Speaker, allow me to go to chapter 1, which is on page 10. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Sector Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation, and pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order number 18 Clause 6, it is my pleasant privilege and pleasure to present to this Honorable House the report on inspection exercise on boreholes drilled across Kitui County, the financial year 2023-2024, Kitui Water and Sanitation Company, that is Kitwasco, and the Kiambere Mwingi Water and Sanitation Company, that is Kimwasco, pipelines.
Honorable Chair, let's go to chapter 2.
Finally?
Let's go to chapter 2.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Kitui County faces significant challenges regarding access to clean water for domestic consumption, livestock use and farming. In a consistent response to these challenges, the county government, through the County Minister of Water and Irrigation, budgeted 140 million Kenya shillings for drilling of boreholes across the 40 wards in the year 2023-2024 to supplement other substantial water structures such as earthy dams, subwells, sandy dams, and water pans in provision of water to Kitui populace. Mr. Speaker, the boreholes having been allocated 140 million Kenya shillings in the financial year 2023-2024 to drill and equip a total of 40 boreholes, that is one per ward, and 50 million Kenya shillings for Kitwasco and Kimwasco subsidies. There has been an outcry for the members of the County Assembly as well as the members of the public claiming that the boreholes were not drilled and equipped as budgeted and appropriated, and also there has been water shortages in the areas supplied by Kitui and Kimwasco pipelines. Mr. Speaker, in response to the above, the committee undertook an inspection exercise on boreholes drilled across Kitui County in the financial year 2023-2024, Kitui and Kimwasco pipelines. There are many water sources and treatment zones at Masinga and Kiambere, respectively, to assess the status of these water facilities. Mr. Speaker, the objective of the inspection was to gather accurate information relating the list of all boreholes which were drilled in the specific wards, indicating their status. The total number of the boreholes which were not drilled and the circumstances which led the boreholes not to be drilled in some wards is proposed and funded in the budget for the financial year 2023-2024, as well as establish the operations at the 2 water agencies in regard to water supply of to Kitui residents, and subsequently compile a comprehensive report on the findings. Mr. Speaker, 40 boreholes were budgeted and funded in the financial year 2023-2024. Each borehole was estimated to cost 3.5 million Kenya shillings from both drilling and equipping, totaling to 140 million Kenya shillings. Honorable members, can you read the list here on page 15?
In other words, the list is for all the 40 wards.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Honorable Speaker, contrary to what was budgeted and appropriated for in the financial year 2023-2024, only 12. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, let me repeat, only 12 boreholes were drilled but not equipped. The boreholes are as follows. Honorable members, can you read below?
No, that one you can read.
Okay. With your permission, Honorable Speaker, I'll read.
Yes.
Number 1, Waiter Secondary School, which is in Waiter. I think this is the cost of the yield.
Just mention the name. That is enough because the cost is the same.
Waiter Secondary School.
Number 2.
Kitui Showground, Kakongo. Number 4, Itoleka. Number 5, Kuso Hospital. Number 6, Katumbe Secondary School. Number 7, Kanyangi Primary School. Number 8, Kwandungi. Number 9, Miani 01. Number 10, Miani 02. Number 11, Mutitu Girls Secondary School. Number 12, Idhookwe, which is number 9. Mr. Speaker, the above mentioned 12 boreholes were drilled using countering, with only 12 million Kenya shillings spent out of the 140 million Kenya shillings budgeted for the program, leaving 128 million Kenya shillings unaccounted for. Honorable Speaker, protecting Gunda from the honorable members.
Honorable Chair, please proceed.
That is chapter 3.
Ignore some comments as you.
Chapter 3, that is page 20. Honorable Speaker, allow me to read the specific committee findings and recommendations. The committee, upon successfully inspecting the boreholes, made the following observations and recommendations. Mr. Speaker, the borehole, which is Kitui Showground borehole, is located at Idhookwe village in Changwithia West Ward. During the inspection, the committee was briefed by Mr. Samson Idetei Kilonzo, the chairperson of the borehole committee. The following findings and observations were established by the committee. Roman 1, the borehole was drilled at a cost of 1 million Kenya shilling. It has a water yield of 2.3 cubic meters. The borehole was drilled, equipped, and it's operational. The borehole uses solar power to pump water. It was drilled purposely to be used by during Kitui County agricultural shows and trade fairs. It is also used by the farmers within the Ethokweshwang ground. It also serves the Ethokweshwang ground police post. The Speaker, the committee recommends that the relevant county ministry should regularly maintain the borehole to ensure its optimal operation. Borehole number 9. The borehole is located at the Thokwe village in Changwidya West Ward. During the inspection, the committee was taken through by Mr. Nyamai Molwa, the security guard who mans the borehole. The committee made the following findings and observations. The borehole was drilled at a cost of 1 million Kenya shillings. It is drilled next, that is approximately a meter apart to the existing hold borehole number 9, whose casing reportedly collapsed beyond repair, rendering it dysfunctional since May 2023. It has a high height of 15 cubic meters. The borehole is yet to be equipped. It was due to replace the collapsed borehole number 9, which acted as a major boost to Kitui pipeline in serving the Oko village, Kitui, Majengo, Manyenyoni, and Kitui ground areas. Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends that the County Ministry for Water and Irrigation should ensure immediate equipping of the borehole, which will hugely boost the already overwhelmed Kitui pipeline, honing to its high water yield of 15 cubic meters. Kanyangi Primary School borehole. Mr. Speaker, the borehole is located at the Kanyangi Primary School, which is in Kanyangi, Masimba village in Kanyangi ward. During the inspection, the committee was briefed by the area village administrator, Mr. Pili Biketele. The committee findings and observation as follows. Number 1, the borehole was drilled at a cost of 1 million Kenya shilling. It has a high water yield of 10 cubic meters. The borehole is yet to be equipped. It was due to boost Kanyangi town borehole. Once equipped, it will serve Kitooni village, Kisayani market, Yangombe market, Masimba market, Masimba secondary, Mudanga Timua, and the Soiweto markets. Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that the County Ministry for Water and Irrigation should ensure immediate equipping of the borehole to serve the intended community. Kakongo borehole.
Thank you. We can see that one. The next one. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, yes.
Approach me. We consult.
Honorable Speaker, let me read number 5, that is Meani 01 and Meani 02 boreholes. Honorable Speaker, the boreholes are located at Meani village in Athi ward. During the inspection, the committee was briefed by the Chief Officer for Water Department, Mr. Nathan Ivungo, on the status of the two boreholes. The committee findings and observations are as follows. The boreholes were drilled at a cost of 2 million Kenya shillings, that is 1 million per borehole. They are drilled in a private land which belongs to the family of the County Executive Committee member for Finance and Economic Planning, one Honorable Peter Mwikakilonzo. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, allow me to repeat this to this Honorable House. That is, they are drilled in a private land which belongs to the family of the County Executive acres respectively. The boreholes were drilled but not equipped. The boreholes once equipped will serve the people of Mashinani village and Torindi Mombone Katalwa Bwao. The Bwao is located at Mombone, Toko Katalo village in Mutongune ward. During the inspection, the committee was briefed by the Bwao technician, Mr. Patrick Kyalo. The committee made the following findings and observations. The Bwao was drilled in 2002. The Bwao was functional until the pump broke down. Once the pump is installed, will continue serving the people of Mombone Katalo village. Honorable Speaker, I would like to go to chapter 4, which is on page 29, Committee General Observations. Upon the successful completion of the inspection exercise, the committee made the following general observations. The committee observed that the majority of the wards did not benefit from the boreholes drilling program in the financial year 2023-2024. Out of the proposed 40 boreholes, only 12 boreholes were drilled. The committee also noted that out of the 12 drilled boreholes, only one borehole, that is shown ground borehole at the Changwidia West Ward, was equipped and operational. The rest of the boreholes are yet to be equipped, thus rendering them ineffective. The committee further observed that the drilled boreholes have low water units due to decreased water tables and aquifers compounded by the effects of climate change. The committee also established that a total of 76 million Kenya shillings meant for drilling boreholes was moved to pay electricity bills for Kitui and Kimwasco without informing the committee. The committee established that Kitui and Kimwasco water agencies are using outdated pumps which are inefficient in water pumping and supply. The mentioned machines also consume a lot of power, leading to huge electricity bills. The committee observed that most of the boreholes are drilled in private lands. Some of the boreholes have agreements between the owners of the land and the county government, indicating that the boreholes belongs to the public while others do not. Upon inspecting Mashinani 01 and Mashinani 02 boreholes in Earth Ward, the committee established that said boreholes were drilled contrary to the approved projects in the county annual budget for the financial year 2023-2024. According to the budget notes of the said budget, the county Minister of Water and Irrigation and allocation of 140 million for drilling 40 boreholes, 1 borehole per ward. In Earth Ward, the borehole was proposed to be drilled at the Center Village. However, during the committee inspection tour, the committee established that the said borehole was diverted and drilled at Mashinani village, that is Mashinani 01 and Mashinani 02 boreholes, contrary to the approved annual budget for the financial year 2023-2024. Further, the committee observed that the land where Mashinani 01 and Mashinani 02 boreholes were drilled belongs to the family of the County Executive Committee member for Finance and Economic Planning 1, Honorable Peter Mwike Kilonzo. The CCM for Finance and Economic Planning 1, Honorable Peter Mwike Kilonzo, used his office to improperly confer a benefit to himself and his family members by influencing the drilling of Mashinani 01 and Mashinani 02 boreholes in his father's land. This is in violation to Articles 10 and 73, Clause 1, Roman 3 and Roman 4 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Insofar as it connotes to the manner in which a state officer is expected to exercise assigned authority. Article 75(1) of the Constitution is read together with sections 8, 9, 10, and 11 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, which provides for the general leadership and integrity count with breach of public trust, failure of state officers to carry out the duties of the office they hold in a professional, transparent, and accountable manner. Further, is in contravention of sections 9, 11, clause 1 and 2, Roman 1, 2, and 12 of the Public Officer Ethics and Act, which provides that a public officer shall not use his office to improperly enrich himself or others. The committee also noted that the CCM for Water and Irrigation, Mr. Peter Gitonga Ngunda, did not comply with the approved annual budget for financial year 2023-2024 by diverting the Senda Boao project to Miani Village in the ward in favor of his finance and economic planning counterpart, Honorable Peter Mwite Kilonzo, contrary to Article 73, Clause 2, B and C1 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Further, the committee established that the CCM also diverted 76 million Kenyan shillings to pay Kitwasiko bills, which was not earlier budgeted for. Chapter 5, Honorable Speaker, in light of the findings and observations presented, the committee submits the following recommendations for implementation. 1. The County Minister of Water and Irrigation should prioritize equipping and operationalizing the already drilled boreholes, as well as ensuring each ward benefits from the drilling program to ensure fair and equitable distribution of public resources. The County Ministry should ensure proper geological survey is carried out prior to drilling the boreholes. This will minimize low water yield and ensure that resources are used prudently, hence ensuring there is value for money. The County Ministry should work closely with the Sectoral Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation, and all other relevant stakeholders, including members of the public, when making decisions regarding budget reallocations, expenditures, and implementing any project to ensure smooth and effective execution of all projects and programs in the ministry across the wards. The County Ministry of Water and Irrigation, in conjunction with the two water companies, that is Kitwasiko and Kimwasiko, should prioritize purchasing modern and energy efficient pumps to increase efficiency of water supply. The County Ministry should obtain verified land ownership documents and get necessary permissions or agreements from landowners or authorities before drilling the boreholes. The County Executive Committee member for Finance and Economic Planning, Honorable Peter Mwite Kilonzo, is unfit to hold any public office and therefore should be removed from office pursuant to Article 75, Clause 2 of the Constitution of Kenya, as read together with Section 40 of the County Government Act and standing under number 62 for violation of Articles 73 and 75 of the Constitution, Sections 8, 9, 10, 11, and 32 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, and Sections 9, 11, Clause 1 and 2, A, Roman 1, Roman 2, and 12 of the Public Office Ethics Act, by using his office to improperly enrich himself through drilling Miani 01 and Miani 02 boreholes at his father's land in the ward. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, allow me to repeat this. The County Executive Committee member for Finance and Economic Planning, one Honorable Peter Mwite Kilonzo, is unfit to hold any public office and therefore should be removed from office pursuant to Article 75, Clause 2 of the Constitution of Kenya, is read together with Section 40 of the County Government Act and Standing Order number 62 for violation of Articles 73 and 75 of the Constitution, Sections 8, 9, 10, 11, and 32 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, and Sections 9, 11, Clause 1 and 2A, Roman 1, 2, and 12 of the Public Office Ethics Act by using his office to improperly enrich himself through drilling Miani 01 and Miani 02 wells at his father's land in Athi Ward. The committee recommends that the CCM for Water and Irrigation, Mr. Peter Gitonga Ngunda, should be investigated to ascertain as to why he diverted the drilling of borehole proposed at Center Village to Miani Village in favor of the CCM for Finance and Economic Planning, Honorable Peter Mwike Kilonzo, contrary to Article 73(2) B and C 1 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Further, the committee recommends that the CCM for Water and Irrigation must strictly adhere to the approved budget and refrain from diverting projects already approved in the annual budget and any other social instruments. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the County Minister of Water and Irrigation should ensure that all water structures are implemented equitably across the wards so as to avoid unfair and unequitable distribution of resources. Mr. Speaker, before I move this motion, with your permission, I want to speak to it. Having a budget of 140 million Kenya shillings, which was allocated to drill boreholes, that is 40 boreholes, one in every ward. The ministry concerned only did 12, with a balance of 128 million Kenya shillings, which is not accounted for. I would like the ministry concerned to tell the Honorable House where the money is and when is supposed to be used to drill boreholes in various wards, because the public is in outcry. Honorable Speaker, I would like the CCM for water to inform the Honorable House concerning the 76 million Kenya shillings, which was diverted to pay electricity bills for Kimwasiko and Kitwasiko, whereas was allocated by this Honorable House to drill bores in various wards. Mr. Speaker, I would also like this Honorable House to be informed on how the CCM Finance and the CCM Water collaborated to change the borehole, which was supposed to be drilled at the Center Village and was even diverted to be at Miani 01 and Miani 02 against the public participation which was done before the budget was allocated. Honorable Speaker, I would like to move this motion and request Honorable Harrison Maluki Mawea, the majority leader, to second the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Anthony Musioka. Honorable Harrison Maluki, you may proceed. Please use the other side for clarity of the video.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand here to support or to second this motion. Honorable Speaker, I belong to the Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation, and I was part of the team which interrogated the CEO and the minister who are in charge of that ministry. Honorable Speaker, during budgetary allocation, we made sure that we were very fair to all the members. That is, we allocated each ward to be drilled a bore by the Ministry of Agriculture, Water and Irrigation. And also, Honorable Speaker, we gave a discretion that a member can propose of what is to be done, because we had allocated each ward 3.5 million for drilling and equipping a bore. Honorable Speaker, it was for our surprise to notice that only 12 bores were drilled across Kitui County. Honorable Speaker, we know and we moved around as an agriculture committee, and we noticed that almost in all the wards there are several bores which have just been drilled and cased. And that is where we came up with the recommendations that we don't need to do more bores. When we have bores which are lying idle in our wards, we need to equip them first. Honorable Speaker, in our inquest, we found that 76 million Kenyan shillings was diverted from what we had allocated for to go and pay the bills for Kituasco without honorable members of this House. Honorable Speaker, that is why we came up with the recommendations which the chair has highlighted. Honorable Speaker, we are the ones who allocate the budget, and I think it is prudent enough that if any diversion, I think it is our responsibility, and these members and whoever brought that statement, who is the MCA for Mutonguni, I think he wanted to understand clearly what transpired with the money which was allocated for the bores, and I think we were able to get the answers. Honorable Speaker, it is unfortunate if we convert someone to become a CCM, an honorable member goes and does public participation, the members of the public identify their needs and where a ball is to be done, and we have someone, what we call abuse of office, diverting what the members of public have suggested to somewhere else. It was a surprise to the ward, to the other ward representative, that he even didn't know those names, where those balls had been drilled. Honorable Speaker, I urge my colleagues in this assembly to support this motion. We pass it and we take the necessary actions. Honorable Speaker, I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Harrison Maloki Mawia, MCA Migwane Ward and the Majority Leader, for seconding the motion. Honorable members, allow me now propose the motion on adoption of the report by the Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation on the inspection exercise on boreholes drilled across Kitui County in the financial year 2023/2024, Kituasco and Kimwasco pipelines, their main water sources and treatment zones, conducted from 12th to 16th August 2024. Motion moved by the Chairperson, Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation, Honorable Anthony Musimi Musyoka, MCA Kiomo Kiathan Ward, and seconded by Honorable Harrison Maloki Mawia, MCA Migwane Ward and the Majority Leader, that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 179, Substanding Order number 6, and Standing Order number 190, Substanding Order number 5, this Assembly hereby adopts the report by the Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation on the inspection exercise on boreholes drilled across Kitui County in the financial year 2023/2024, Kituasco and Kimwasco pipelines, their main water sources and treatment zones, conducted from 12th to 16th August 2024, laid on the table of the County Assembly on Tuesday, 19th November 2024. Honorable members, the report is as read by the Chair, Honorable Anthony Musimi Musyoka. I will now open the floor for any debate before I put the question. And I want to request the whips. For the whips, make sure that you whip your members back. Honorable Mokwate, whip the members back. Honorable Sylvester, is he around? Honorable Sylvester? Honorable Katumbe, the deputy minority whip, is not here. Honorable Jeremiah, the deputy minority leader, you have to do their work. They are your members. Whip the members back here. Honorable Masaku, whip the members back here. Yeah, Jubilee whip. I think Jubilee is full house. Sorry, so Jubilee is full house. UDA whip, Honorable Malinga, where is he? Do we have any member for UDA here? Honorable Frida, where are your colleagues? Whip them back. Yeah, we are here to conduct a very serious business. These matters which we are debating are matters of county importance, and they are very important that we do them well. So let all the members be back so that we continue with this debate. The floor is open, and I will again request that you use at most 1 minute. If I give you a chance, 1 minute is enough, Honorable Mulandi, because you are the person who made the same request. I can give you 2 minutes. So let's begin with Honorable Benjamin Ndambo Mulandi. And if there was an award to be given today for the most active legislator, Honorable Mulandi would have won. Please, please proceed, Honorable Mulandi.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me a chance to add my voice on the motion before this House this afternoon. The Speaker, as you have noted, I did a statement request to the floor of the House concerning boreholes which we had planned to be done across the 40 wards. The Speaker, I applaud the Committee on Water Irrigation for the job well done, a nice report. And the Speaker, as it is worth noting that we only sank 12 boreholes, which were done unfairly, with the 2 boreholes done in Changwitha West, with other wards without boreholes. And also noting is that, yes, 2 boreholes being done in Changwitha West. Also noting is that there's a big issue with boreholes being done in a private land. The recommendation by the committee to have the CCM for Finance and Economic Planning, Honorable Peter Mwicha, being unfit to hold a public office is a strong recommendation, which I request members of this House to take key note of it before I am crucified by the people of Mutonguni Ward for not giving them a borehole. Please, members, help me to crucify the CCM Finance for grabbing away a borehole from Mutonguni Ward and sinking it in its own private land. The Speaker, it's also worth noting that monies have been diverted.
Honorable Mulandi, please use parliamentary language. Crucifying is actually a very punitive and incriminating word.
The Speaker,
is there a better word you can use?
The Speaker, I will withdraw the word crucifying.
Yes, yes.
By replacing it with a word called impeaching one Honorable Peter Kilonzo Mwicha.
That is more parliamentary. You can continue.
The Minister for Finance and Economic Planning, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Speaker, what the noting is that we gave 140 million for sinking of boreholes across our 40 wards. Only 12 million was used to drill boreholes which were not put into operation. 76 million was diverted to pay bills for electricity in Kimwasco and Ketwasco. We ought to be explained by the Minister for Water Irrigation how he reached to the point of diverting monies for our boreholes, for our people, to go and pay bills for electricity against what we had budgeted for. So, Speaker, the Minister for Water and Irrigation ought to be questioned by this House for gross violation of the office that is owed him, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, the report has captured a borehole done in Mutonguni called Mombuni Katwala borehole, which is not in Mutonguni Ward, Mr. Speaker. We have no place in Mutonguni Ward by the name Mombuni Katwala village. So
There is a point of information by the major leader. Perhaps maybe the names are in Migwani. Let's hear.
Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm that Mumbuni Katalo Ball is not in Mutonguni ward. It is in Migwani ward. So I think there was a misspelling there of the ward. It is in Migwani ward.
Thank you very much. So it appears on the land you have no borehole at all.
Mr. Speaker,
No wonder you are very bitter.
I'm very bitter. That's why I saw the statement. So, honorable members, this motion before this house is very crucial for us. We have to dictate the way forward. We are elected to oversee, to represent and to make laws in this assembly. Honorable members, it's time for us to act accordingly and protect the people who elected us in various wards to represent them. So, Speaker, as I conclude, is a clarion call to us as members of this assembly that when time comes, we implement the recommendation done by this committee by sending home the rogue minister for finance, one Honorable Peter Mwicha Kilonzo, for gross misconduct of the Constitution. Thank you, I support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Benjamin Dambo Mulandi, the very able member of Mutonguni ward. Any other input before we finish? Has he spoken for all of you? Deputy Speaker, your word was mentioned. I can give you 2 minutes. You have 2 boreholes. Are they operational?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is unfortunate that my good friend and a man I respect, the Honorable Member for Mutonguni, did not go through the report. In fact, he did not read it. In the same report, it says one of the borehole was sunk at Ithokwe showground to serve the showground only. It has nothing to do with the people of Changwidia West Ward. It serves the showground which hosts all members of Kitui County from within and from without. Honorable Speaker, let Changwidia West not be ranked into having more bores than the other areas, yet we have only 1 bore which we are waiting for the budget so that it can be equipped. Honorable Speaker, I support the report, and I wanted to clarify that it will be a very bad precedent if we as leaders, we are there to watch public participation, or rather the people's wishes during public participation being wished away. It is a precedent that any leader cannot wish to be done under their watch. Honorable Speaker, I urge the Assembly to support the report wholeheartedly so that we can protect our people, protect our resources, protect the wishes of our people. In doing so, we will uphold the Constitution, the County Government Act, and other written laws. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I wish to support and urge my other colleagues to also support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker and the MCA for Kiamgwithe West, for the clarification and for your input. Deputy Majority Leader, 1 minute, please. When I give a member 1 minute, please, strictly 1 minute. Clerks, make sure you time. And when 1 minute is over, just tap the bell so that the member can hear. You tap that bell. So, Honorable Buno, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise here, having read this document properly, and I really wish to thank the committee for having looked at the issues with regards to boreholes. Malani ward is one of the wards that never received that very borehole. I'm still waiting. But I have two things that in the recommendation I have not agreed with. One, I have looked at it and I have seen there is a statement here, the committee saying that there was a collision between the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Water. I'm asking myself, if I come to your office and this money is appropriated in the Office of Water and Irrigation. Now, in the other the other recommendation is you do away with the minister in charge of finance. Who should come first between two? Because in the Ministry of Finance, the document here, in terms of the boss being done, is being done by Minister of Water and Irrigation. Now the person being accused is the Minister of Finance and Economic Planning. Which one should come first? Number two, I have looked at the annexures given here. I need more evidence to ascertain whether there was indeed a collusion between the Minister of Irrigation and Water and the Minister of Finance, such that I can make firm decision with regards to this recommendation. With that said, Mr. Speaker, I strongly oppose this document without evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mwamisi. Strictly 1 minute. I think Honorable Mbuno has used his 1 minute to make his contribution.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for having me here to have the voice of the great people of Mother Ward being heard on this very special matter. Honorable Speaker, when His Excellency the Governor was going around campaigning, he campaigned on manifesto providing water. Honorable Speaker, it will be very unfortunate for the people of Kimani sublocation in Mother Ward who are walking for 12 to 15 kilometers looking for water, when there's somewhere where there's 2 boreholes has been sunk. That is very unfair for me, Honorable Speaker. It will be very unfair for the people of Katene in Mother Ward who are doing 20 kilometers to Dua River looking for water, when there's somewhere where 2 boreholes has been sunk. That is very unfair. Honorable Speaker, I want to mention, looking at the mathematics that are here, Honorable Speaker, the money that was allocated for water and boreholes was 140 million. Honorable Speaker, if you remove, deduct 12 million from 140, you get 128 million. Honorable Speaker, the money that was diverted to Kituasco, according to the report, is 76 million, Honorable Speaker. If you deduct 128 million from 76 million from 128, Honorable Speaker, you get 52 million. There's still money that is not accounted for. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this report and acknowledge and tell the committee they did very good work. I'm ready for the report, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Mwamisi. Honorable Majority Whip. 1 minute, please. Every member wants to say something, I will give them a chance, but strictly 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have raised to support this motion, Mr. Speaker, and I support it. And also to put some allegation clear, Mr. Speaker, that the boreholes sank in Changuidia West. The ministry explained, and they said the borehole in showground is supposed to serve the showground. The borehole in beside showground is supposed to serve Kitui County. So the only borehole which is supposed to serve the people of Mwingi West, it's only one. That is Changuidia West. It's only one. Mr. Speaker, I support this. And also, Mr. Speaker, there is a conflict of interest for the one Honorable Waziri, that is CCM, Peter Mwicha. For a ball to be sunk in his home, all the land which is owned by the family, and yet he is a minister in the county government, there is a conflict of interest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Minority Leader. Strictly 1 minute, and then after you, Honorable Mwadhama Kieti, I'll give you a chance. Everybody wants to say something. Don't worry, Masako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a saying, and I quote, which was used by the former President Uhuru Kenyatta, where he said in Kiswahili, and I quote, wakati mwingine Speaker, tunakaa chini, tunakuwa na mali, na tunasema, wacha tugawane. Tunasema, hii ni yangu, hii ni yako, na kidogo ya mwananchi. End of the quote, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, does it mean that The areas where we don't have ministers in this Kitui County, we will remain to serve. Because Mr. Speaker, and I want to acknowledge this committee, Mr. Speaker, and I will continue praying for them. Basically, even the chairperson today, Mr. Speaker, came dressed up in our Atia in New Apostolic Church, Mr. Speaker. He is in black and white. He's only tie, which is lacking. He's going to qualify to be a member in our church. He's becoming to be a very truthful man, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is what we call the real oversight. Today, Mr. Speaker, if you see this report number 8, the people of Ngune ward where I represent, kwa mwadhi mbuthi inevosya ball. We are lacking this ball simply because 76 million was moved to Kitwasko and Kimwasko without the committee even knowing. The committee is the county assembly. We are lacking this ball because someone as a minister took money all the way to Athi, and the Speaker, we are not even much worried. We are worried where the balls went because specifically in the budget was supposed to be Sender Village in Athi ward. But this person decided that the 2 balls be done in his father's land, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, does it mean that areas where we don't have ministers, we are going to continue to serve? Mr. Speaker, I want to say, and to be on record on the floor of the House, as I represent the people of Guni Ward, we are suffering. We are suffering, and those people are making us to suffer. They are in this report, Mr. Speaker, they must be held accountable before the dark comes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Jeremiah. Sorry for suffering. It shall be well. I'll pray for you and pray for our people. Honorable Madama Kieti. Welcome the elder of this assembly, whom we respect very much. Na kuongezea zikuwa dakika 2, 3 kwanza.
Asante sana Speaker kwa kunipea hiyo nafasi. Mr. Speaker, sir, hata sijui nitaweza kusumuza namna gani. Hii kitu ni kitu iko na uchungu. Kwa manchina anaitwa Mthama Musyoka Kate MCA Athi Ward. Na siwezi kujua kama Athi kama iko na MCA mwingine. MCA ni Mthama Musyoka Kate. Jina 3 ya Kikamba. Ukiangalia watu wakisoma watakuta iko namna hiyo. Budget kuna kitu imenikasilisha kwa sababu budget ya 2023 na 24 wananchi wa Athi Ward mpangilio yao imekuwa wamepanga ile senda ndio itapaniwa kutopolewa. Siku moja ngikuwa kwa ile komiti ya water, nikaona simetobolewa ndobo 2 moja imeitwa Nsilo 1, ile ingine imeitwa Nsilo 2. Sasa nikauliza hiyo ni ya elia gani? Sio Athi, hiyo ni kitu ya Makueni. Hata si kufikiria kama hiyo kama ni ya area ya Athi. Ndio sababu nikaongea na nikauliza komiti ya water. Tukaenda tukatembelea, nikaenda nikakuta hiyo imetobolewa kwa mtu, kwa Mwicha Kilonzo Finance. 1, 2 imetobolewa kwa hiyo area, kwa baba yake. Hata mimi nimeshangaa sana. Kwa hivyo, Bwana Speaker, mimi nimekasilika kwa sababu hata ngipitisha kitu saa ingine imechukuliwa ikawekwa pahali ambapo mimi siyasema. Kwa hivyo nimesupport hii motion 100%.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madama Kieti. The rest of the members, please, if I give you a chance, strictly 1 minute. Let me begin on this side, Honorable Gabriel Masako. As we move that way, then we come this other side. Please, strictly 1 minute, Honorable Gabriel Mutunga Munyao, member for Kawi Ward and the chairperson, Committee on the Park. And I know you have a report from Senate, which you shall give us another day. Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want first to thank our majority leader, Migwani MCA, Harrison Maloki Mawea, for hosting us in this very serene environment. Honorable Speaker, the debate that is currently taking place, I want to declare my input. First, Honorable Speaker, we as the representative of the Kitui County people are very sad by the state of affairs in which the government is implementing the budget. And I would like to ask the Committee on Implementation to take this matter very seriously. This report that we have here has been brought by the Committee on Agriculture. We still expect to have a report from the Committee on Implementation of the budget. There are very many things undone, Honorable Speaker, and these are just but a few. Above that, Honorable Speaker, most of the projects have not been done to our satisfaction as the members of the County Assembly and the representative of the people of Kitui County. I'm very saddened by two revelations here, Honorable Speaker. First revelation was that out of the money that was set aside for us to do the boreholes for our people, the boreholes were done in selected wards. And some wards actually got free boreholes, while our people are really suffering for lack of water. Honorable Speaker, the misappropriation of funds for the boreholes is a serious breach of the law. And this house is a house of law and order and must enforce the law to the latter as legislators. Secondly, Mr. Honorable Speaker, I'm also saddened by the last thing where a minister drilled a borehole at his home. This, Honorable Speaker, to me, is actually an abuse of the powers of the County Assembly. Apart from two ministries in this government, actually three ministries, the other ministries, Honorable Speaker, is a sham. We have actually, it's only the Ministry of Trade that has actually implemented the budget very well. Secondly, is the Office of the Governor and Acclediv. The budget was implemented very well. Thirdly, but not the least, is actually the Ministry of Education, where all the ECD classes were done in all the wards. The rest is actually cat and mouse game. The Ministry of Environment has not even done a single tree planting. Honorable Speaker, as I stand here, Honorable Speaker, I'm actually very muddy, having come from a tree planting exercise donated by people of goodwill from my home, my ward. They've told me, your ward looks so bad. Where are the trees? You don't plant trees. And they've given me trees. Kenya has given me trees. And Honorable Speaker, we must stand our ground as the County Assembly and take action on this errand, on this unbecoming behavior by the ministers who are not implementing the budget, and they are doing whatever they want with the money that we give them. Roads have not been graded. Roads have not been opened. Balls not drilled. What is happening? Honorable Speaker, we as the County Assembly of Kitui, I included, we're going to be ruthless in the ministers and the officers who are not implementing the functions of the County Assembly budget that we pass. This budget that we pass here is not actually a PR exercise. We are doing a very serious matter. And when we start acting, it will not be business as usual. And very soon we are acting. Honorable Speaker, I support this report. I congratulate the member for Kiomo Kiedhani for having brought a very good report here on what happened. We are expecting more reports from the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Roads, and so many other departments. Because even the Ministry of Youth, Honorable Speaker, we are waiting for those reports here, debate them, and support them. I stand here to support Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Majority Leader, look at the time and do what is supposed to be done.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, when you look at our order paper, we still have several businesses to transact, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to move a motion on extension of hours of meeting that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 27(3)A, this Assembly hereby resolves to extend its sitting hours beyond 6:30 p.m. to allow the members adequate time to transact the business as contained in the order paper. Honorable Speaker, I know all the honorable members have the order paper, and we see that there are several businesses that we need to transact before the close of the business. Therefore, I urge you, my colleagues, to support this motion that we extend the sitting hours. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, let me request the MCA for Mutonguni, Benjamin Mulandi, to second this motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader, and thank you, Honorable Benjamin Mulandi, for seconding. We acknowledge secondment by way of bowing. Again, I repeat that today, if there was a trophy to be given to the most active member, you win it. Maybe, perhaps, after we adjourn, see me and make sure I treat you accordingly. Honorable members, allow me now to propose a motion on the extension of hours of meeting. Motion moved by the Leader of Majority Party, Honorable Arson Maloki Mawia, and seconded by Honorable Benjamin Dambu Mulandi, member for Mutonguni Ward, that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 27, substanding order number 3A, this Assembly resolves to extend its sitting hours beyond 6:30 p.m. to allow the members adequate time to transact the business as contained in the order paper. Honorable members, I will open the floor for any input before I put the question. Honorable Madengi Dagara, any message from the whip's desk?
Member, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm able even to read your mood, and I'm conversant with the members we have. I also can read their mood. So, Mr. Speaker, as the whip, because I know each and every member's feeling, I think you can put the questions so that we move on.
Honorable Dagara,
yeah.
The Speaker is allowed to read members' moods, but members are not allowed to read Speaker's moods. Are we not to read the Speaker's moods?
Mr. Speaker, we have stayed with you now for 2 years now, so we can predict your next move. Thank you so much.
Please don't predict me. Thank you very much. I hear you. Honorable members, since Honorable Dagara has read my mood, let me now put the question on the motion on the extension of hours of meeting. Motion moved by the Leader of Majority Party, Honorable Arson Maloki Mawia, and seconded by Honorable Benjamin Dambu Mulandi, that pursuant to the provisions Standing Order number 27, substanding order number 3A, this Assembly hereby resolves to extend its sitting hours beyond 6:30 p.m. to allow the members adequate time to transact the business as contained in the order paper. Honorable members, as many of these opinions say aye, aye, and as many of the contrary opinions say nay, the ayes have it. Thank you, members. I want to applaud you for your resilience and your commitment of being very active in debating matters which are important to our people. And I want to request you to be patient so that we finish all the business in the order paper. We still have 2 more motions, and I'm sure we shall finish them. And I want to urge members of the public to know that these members whom were elected and others who are nominated, they are always very serious when it comes into representing you,
legislating and oversighting the county executive. We may now proceed. Honorable Masaku, you are next.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this chance. I'll start by supporting this report and say today is a very sad day for the honorable members. Having passed budget for 2023-2024 of 140 million, and today we are here having some wards not have received the ball. In my ward, there's a place called Somidumo, where the bore was to be drilled, and up to date, it has not been done. And immediately I passed the budget, I went and did a public baraza to inform that I'm bringing all we have passed a budget for them to benefit with a bore, and up to date, it's not done. Mr. Speaker, it's very bad to have some of the officials or the officers in the county government of Kitui, the ministers, who are lobbying for the boreholes to be taken to their places, which the public did not suggest. Mr. Speaker, I've also realized in a place like Kanyangi Primary School, we have a borehole there with a height of 10 cubic, and up to date is not equipped. So, Mr. Speaker, this waste of resources, because having a 10 cubic borehole not being equipped, and maybe the people from that area, they are going for more than 10 kilometers to fetch water. We are doing very injustice to that community. Mr. Speaker, that's why we are saying the CLIDIP money has to be increased. And if it's possible, if this money for bores can be moved from the ministry and taken to the CLIDIP, we should not, I'm very sure it's going to be beneficial to the public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Whom are you informing? Masaku, do you want information from the majority whip? No. Your information is declined. For gender purposes, let us give Honorable Kalenga. Then there is Honorable Cornelius Ngwele na Priscilla Makumi. Then Honorable Zach. Kalenga, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a member of that committee, and on Kanyangi borehole, it was not pump tested. Yeah, the report is there, but it was not.
Are you debating the report?
No, actually, I'm correcting Mr. Masaku, Honorable Masaku. Yeah, according to the report, but
what is it, Honorable Masaku?
But he refused to be informed, so he can also sit. Have a seat. You refused. I'm talking as a member of this committee.
Kalenga, you are the findings. Out of order. You cannot address Masaku. Kindly address through the chair. You cannot address Honorable Masaku, and you cannot stand there and purport to inform him without seeking leave of the chair, the speaker, that is.
Actually, so I asked permission from you. I was actually continuing with my statement while he stood and said that the report indicates that
I asked you, what are you supporting or what?
No, I'm giving information as a member of this committee.
You cannot give information which is not in the report without leave of the speaker, and that leave has not been granted.
So can you grant me permission? I continue.
To continue doing what?
To continue debating.
To speak to the report.
Yes.
Honorable Masaku, kindly, you are ranking member, approach the microphones. You can speak from where Kalenga is. Kalenga, kindly sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I was saying Honorable Kalenga should not be informing me. She should be informing the committee, because we are following the report of the committee. So if it's about information, let her inform the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Masaku, now are you giving directions to this house of what should be done?
Now can you imagine now what you have caused?
I'm only
Anyway.
going to, you are both out of order, and I'm only going to permit you to speak to the report, either in support or otherwise.
Actually, let me support by saying I support the report, and also we request the boreholes which were done first to be equipped before other new ones are done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable Cornelius, in 1 minute, please. Bow faster, move.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute, please.
Yes, 1 minute, and that will be. I stand before the House, Mr. Speaker, to support the report and urge this House to see this report beyond the names that are therein. Mr. Speaker, the people of Nduvani, the Nduvani is in the list of boreholes that were supposed to be done and which never got its fair share. And Mr. Speaker, the polling station of Nduvani Primary School has 400 registered voters, meaning the population around that area will go to around 700 people who are to benefit from that borehole. And to date, that borehole is not there. The money that went to pay the bills for Kituasco and Kimwasco, those are entities that should be generating funds for their sustainability. And also, Mr. Speaker, they don't serve the Moi people. So in this regard, the Moi people have been left to suffer because these funds were diverted, and more so without the approval of this House. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge, as I support, I urge that we see this as an aggression to the deliberations and the decisions that are arrived at through this House when we appropriate funds which by the taxpayers. So, Mr. Speaker, I support.
Zungingwele, proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Chair and the Committee on Agriculture and Water. They did an excellent report. Mr. Speaker, in the money that was diverted, 76 million shillings, there was a borehole for a place called Sianoni in Kavani Kime Ward, Ngomeni Ward, in Kavani Kime Village, Ngomeni Ward. And Mr. Speaker, that place is seriously water stressed. The women and children of Sianoni walk 7 kilometers one way to a place called Kasiluni to draw water, or 8 kilometers to a place angry with the ministry and the minister who diverted that money. But Mr. Speaker, I have 3 questions for the chair of the committee. Number 1, 2 boreholes were diverted from a place called Sendani in Adi Ward, drilled at Mwani in Adi Ward, and that is very wrong. But 76 million shillings was diverted from drilling boreholes for 26 wards, and that is very wrong. Mr. Speaker, why does the chair want us to spend more energy on pursuing 2 boreholes and not pursuing 76 million shillings? Question number 1. Question number 2, Mr. Speaker, in the financial year covered by this report, only 14 boreholes were drilled. Mr. Speaker, the chair spent a lot of time.
Honorable Ngwele, did you read the report?
I read the report, yes.
Did you hear the submissions of the chairperson?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear him say he
yes,
wants to know about the money that was taken away?
That is by that question now. That's why
and he said he needs answers.
That is where I'm coming. That would be my that question.
Then are you in order to ask whether he is following one ball,
Mr. Speaker,
and not those other monies?
I'm asking questions. I'm sharing my opinion, and I believe I have a right to be heard, Mr. Speaker.
Kindly share your opinion without.
I am basing my submissions on the report.
Honorable.
My second question, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ngwele. Honorable Ngwele.
Mr. Speaker, I feel
there is a point of order.
I feel that I'm being gagged.
There is a point of order by Honorable Masaku. Let us hear what the point of order is about.
Mr. Speaker, as we know that Honorable Ngwele is a ranking member, and I can see he's exchanging words with you. Well, he knows when the Speaker is speaking, he should be seated. Is that in order?
Just a minute, there is another point of order by Honorable Bernard Munyasia Sila, who is also Bernard Munyasia, who is also a ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My point of order, Mr. Speaker, is whether Mr. Ngwele
is Honorable
Ngwele is in order to mislead the House. First, the report has talked of diversion of 76 million, which the report, the committee is disputing. So, Honorable Ngwele is speaking as if the committee has justified the diversion of 76 million. And that is not in order according to me. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is Honorable Ngwele in order to talk of 14 boreholes, while we know in the report there were 12 boreholes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Zungi Ngwele, there has been raised points of order. This is a house of record, and I will not allow you to continue misleading the house and thus be captured on hazard, insinuating that the chairperson is asking about 2 bores where the committee fields were sunk in a place that was not proposed by the members of the community, and misleading the house that he has not asked about the other funds which were diverted. I'm ruling that you withdraw that statement because it is not the correct state of affairs. Kindly, we are honorable members, let us not mislead each other.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, okay, I'm going to withdraw. I withdraw, but unfortunately, the people who have raised points of order on my statements have not even listened to what I said. I said that 76 million shillings was diverted by the minister, and that is very wrong, and I'm very angry with it, because a part of that money was for a borrow in.
Honorable Ngwele, you are not going to explain anything. We agree with that.
So
and
I withdraw, Mr. Speaker.
I heard you and you said that.
I withdraw.
The issue was the way you framed, but since you have withdrawn, kindly proceed.
Okay, fine. Thank you. I am much obliged, Mr. Speaker. I was thrown a bit off balance. I was on the second question, which is, Mr. Speaker, in one of his closing statements, Mr. Speaker, the chair said that he recommends investigation for the minister or for the CEC for water for diversion of 76 million shillings, which I 100% agree with. But he's the chair of the committee that is responsible for that minister. Why has the committee dragged his feet on investigating the minister who diverted 76 million shillings, more active on a minister who is alleged to have diverted 2 balls only? Mr. Speaker, can we get commitment from the committee and the chair that that minister is also going to be investigated? Because, Mr. Speaker, spending money out of the budget without the authority of this assembly is a very serious. Actually, that is the whole thing that is eating us in this assembly, in this county. We go out of public participation, we get public views, we approve budgets, but nearly every other ministry is spending money in the way it wishes, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, ministers who are found to have spent money out of the budget need to be clamped down on, Mr. Speaker, and we want this committee to lead the way in investigating and bringing that minister to book. My final question, Mr. Speaker, is that 14 boreholes were drilled in 12 boreholes were drilled in the financial year under review. Mr. Speaker, and the chair spent considerable time explaining where 2 of those boreholes were drilled, in which village, on whose land. What about the other 11? On whose land were they drilled? Why are we not being given full information, Mr. Speaker? So, Mr. Speaker, the chair and the committee did an excellent job, and we want to support them. But please let us get full disclosures and let us put our energy where money has been spent illegally. With those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Do you want to be informed, Ngwele, by Honorable Zak?
Yeah, I heard the Honorable Zak is one of the more knowledgeable members of this assembly, so I would kindly...
Kindly, Honorable Zak Siengo, inform Honorable Joseph Zungi, well a member from Ngomeni Ward.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to inform the honorable member that the reason why there is information being offered for the 2 boreholes, it is because they were done against public participation procedures. The rest of the boreholes, why we are not asking about them, is because they were done in exactly the place where the public decided they should be done. So it's very simple. I don't know why it's being complicated. Thank you.
So just as he said you are knowledgeable, you could be knowledgeable. You are just saying it's simple.
Mr. Speaker, that is very helpful information. I agree with him. Thank you.
Thank you. And in addition, honorable members, in addition, it is not that this report has only zeroed into those 2 boreholes. If you look at it, you will see Kakongo borehole, where it was done, the yield and the costing. Only that the other explanation has been given by the learned friend, honorable member for Chamatu, Zachias Siengo Evoda. So thank you very much, Honorable Priscilla Makumi. Kindly be fast. Bow in 1 minute. Proceed. Hey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, we are talking about the bores and the water. Mr. Speaker, sir, I represent women in this great county of Kitui. And when I stand here to know when matters that touches women are being mentioned. Mr. Speaker, sir, water is one of the essential things that has women need mostly in our villages. When somebody goes and helps money that are meant to help our women, Mr. Speaker, sir, I feel so bad. So I stand here to support this motion so that money can be used how it is supposed to be used. And if anything, someone has misused our funds and then going to enrich himself, either by whatever thing, doing the bore in his home or something, Mr. Speaker, sir, that person should be dealt with. And if that time comes that he has touched money that does something that touches a woman of this Kitui County, I'll be in the front line to make sure he's dealt with. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Priscilla Makumi. Let us hear Honorable Fudi, then Sami Mungidia, then Honorable Kimuli, That is Honorable Zach. Yeah, Zach, you are time, so you are coming after for this. Then we move to Honorable Sami Munyidia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is just to comment on two issues. One issue, Mr. Speaker, I think we should be not appropriating enough money to, or some money to the ministry which the ministers and the CEOs, they don't want to work. Why, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying this. The committee, I mean, this house has passed around, 140 million for the drilling of the bores. And they only used, or they only spent 12 million out of 140. The other money is divided to another issues, 76 million. Now, Mr. Speaker, we also have 52 million, which we don't know where it is. Mr. Speaker, this is serious. And as I was quoted as a chair of the implementation, and tomorrow we have the meeting with the minister, we need also to be explained where the 52 million was and where is it, because we are also following about the 2 and 76, but there is 52 which we don't know where it is. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge all the members, let us cooperate, let us put some more pressure and tax every ministry so that they can implement whatever this house approves in the budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Fudi Matthew, member for Choloni Ward. Honorable Zach Siengo, be first, take the floor. Bow, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to appreciate Honorable Zongi for allowing me some airtime the other time. But for now, I would like to support this report. And the reasons for me supporting this report is what we are doing with transferring 76 million is actually destroying some basic tenets of how approvals are done and respecting the responsibility of the county assembly. We are encouraging, in my opinion, impunity. We are encouraging some level of lawlessness, and we are encouraging people to work as if we are in a forest. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that when there will be a reason for us to take action, whatever action needs to be taken to remedy the situation we are in, that action should be taken decisively. I support this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Zach Siengo, member for Chamatu. You saying the matter should be taken with military precision. Honorable Sami Munyidia, kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This time I take this opportunity to actually thank the Committee for Water and Agriculture for the job which they have done. Actually, we have one of the best reports. It is well known now. We are almost 2 years now past, and it is unfortunate. If at all out of 40 boreholes, we could only do 12. So we are seeing a lot of lack of confidence. We are seeing a lot of incompetence in most of these ministries. So this should be a wake-up call. I think we need to follow this matter to the latter and make sure that this money which was diverted, we make a follow-up and know why it was diverted. 2, we also need to know why borehole was done. 2 boreholes were done from one particular ward, while others did not get. And the third one is, why was it done in the residence or to the home instead of the finance minister? So we need to get those questions clear. And once we get this matter to the bottom, I know the rest of other ministries, they will be able to behave well. Thank you. I stand to support this statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sami Munyidia, member for Kivu Ward. Honorable Charlo Kimuli, member for Kanziku and the Vice Chairperson, Committee on Health. Kindly bow and proceed. Utilize your 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the airtime. Mine is first of all to appreciate the Committee for Agriculture for coming up with a very good report, more so on our boreholes. Actually, I've gone through the report, and as other members are saying, it is too saddening to see as an assembly we allocated 140 million to do 40 boreholes across the county, and only 12 boreholes were done. The big question is, where is the rest of the money? I've gone through the report, recommendations and findings. The committee recommended that the Minister for Finance is unfit. It is very much true, he is unfit. And this motion should be accompanied by the motion on impeachment of the Minister for Finance and also the Minister for Water. We cannot crucify Minister for Finance alone. We also need to have the impeachment of the Minister for Water. In this due regard, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kemoli. Any other member who may want to contribute before we put the question? Thank you. Honorable members, I think we have allowed most of you to contribute. Allow me now put the question. Let me now put the question on the motion on adoption of the report by the Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation on the inspection exercise on boreholes drilled across Kitui County in the financial year 2023/2024, Kituasco and Kimasco pipelines, their main water sources and treatment zones, conducted from 12th to 16th August 2024. Motion moved by the Chairperson, Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation, Honorable Anthony Musivi Musyoka, and seconded by Honorable Arson Maloki Mawia, Migwani Ward MCA and the Majority Leader, that pursuant to the provisions starting order number 179, substanding order number 6, and starting order number 190, substanding order number 5, this Assembly hereby adopts the report by the Committee on Agriculture, Water and Irrigation on the inspection exercise on the boreholes drilled across Kitui County in the financial year 2023/2024, Kituasco and Kimasco pipelines, their main water sources and treatment zones, conducted from 12th to 16th August 2024, laid on the table of the County Assembly on Tuesday, 19th November 2024, and the report is as read by the Honorable Chair. Honorable members, as many of these opinions say aye, aye, and as many of the contrary opinions say nay, the ayes have it. Thank you, members. I think we are progressing well. Just like the report on CLIDIP, Honorable Chairperson, Committee on Implementation, don't know where he has gone, and all of us, let us ensure full implementation of Assembly reports. It is our duty. If they fail to implement, then the law will direct us on what to do next. So kindly ensure that we fully ensure that we implement all the House resolutions. Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader, what is the point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise on a point of order on motion of county importance on completion of Kwasiku Mbondoni Road brought under urgency notice. That is standing order number 31. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise on a standing order number 31 to move the following motion. Aware that the Kenya Vision 2030...
Honorable Majority Leader, I am yet to grant you that leave. Give me a minute. Thank you, Majority Leader. Please take your seat first. Honorable members, I am, as requested by Honorable Majority Leader, pursuant to standing order number 30, whereby a member may request to move a motion on a matter of county importance. I hereby rule that the Majority Leader can do so, but he should not use more than 10 minutes. So I'll give you at most 10 minutes to move your motion before we proceed. You know, we are in Migwani. Maybe there's a matter which you need to notify us. Yeah, so that we can be sure that we are safe. So please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For a record, this is standing on the number 31, which says that any member may at any time rise in his or her place and seek leave to move the adjournment of the County Assembly for the purpose of discussing a definite matter or urgency of county importance. Honorable Speaker, this is a motion of county importance on completion of Kwasiku Mbondoni Road brought under urgency notice on standing order number 31, which I have just read. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise on a standing order number 31 to move the following motion. Aware that the Kenya Vision 2030 is the long-term development blueprint for the country, motivated by our collective aspirations for a better society by the year 2030. The aim of Kenya Vision 2030 is to create globally competitive and prosperous country with a high quality of life by 2030. It aims to transform Kenya into a newly industrializing middle-income country, providing a high quality of life to all its citizens in a clean and secure environment. Further, aware that among the projects enlisted with a view of achieving the desired developments in Kenya Vision 2030 blueprint was the road joining Lamport, South Sudan and Ethiopia, where the road from Kibwezi to Mbondoni lies. Cognizant that the Kibwezi-Mbondoni Road, as part of the Northern Corridor, was launched in December 2016, connecting Kibwezi, Mutomo, Kitui, Kabati, Migwani, and Mbondoni towns. A total distance of 200 easy link to Tana River and boosting tourism, mineral exploitation, and transportation of agricultural produce while connecting the region to the port of Mombasa. Aware that one of the functions of the national government under the first schedule, part 1, paragraph 18b and 19 of the Constitution, is that transport, particularly the construction and operation of national trunk roads and national public works. Further, under Section 4 of the Kenyan Roads Act, the Kenya National Highways Authority, KENHA, is responsible for the management, development, rehabilitation, and maintenance of the national roads, determined to ensure the Kitui citizens, and in particular the people of Kwasiku, Migwani, Muswani, are not adversely affected by the current deplorable state of the incomplete road between Kwasiku and Bondoni town. This assembly hereby recommends that the national government through Kenya should fast track completion of Kwasiku-Bondoni road, which will play a key role in the social and economic development and provision of a proximate, easily accessible services in Mwingi West sub-county and its wards, that is Migwani ward, Gutani ward, Kiomerana ward, and Kiomo Kerane ward. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues, I know most of us, we came here through the formation road, that is the Kitui, Kambati, Kwasiku, Migwani, Bondoni road. Honorable Speaker, since morning I've had so many members complaining about the state of Kwasiku Bondoni road. Honorable Speaker, this road starts all the way from Lamu to Mombasa, to Kibwezi, to Kitui, to Kwasiku. That is the road which is usable now. From Kwasiku to Bondoni, there is a disconnection. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, the purpose why this road was being constructed for, Honorable Speaker, it has not been achieved because so far there is a disconnection in communication between Kwasiku, Migwani, and Bondoni. All of us, we have passed through that road, and the minority leader was here yesterday, and he highlighted these issues, and we actually said that this is a matter which should be taken with a lot of urgency. We know this road is purely and should be done by Kenya. Honorable Speaker, it is saddening that for so many years, since Kibwezi, Kitui, Kabati, Kwasiku, Bondoni road started, this road has never been rehabilitated or any maintenance done till today. Honorable Speaker, the people of Mwingi West, the people of Migwani are suffering due to the condition of this road. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues in this Kitui County Assembly to support this motion, Honorable Speaker, so that the national government through Kenya can hear the cry of the people of Mwingi West and Kitui County at large, so that this road can be taken as a matter of urgency and be completed so that we can achieve the intended purpose of connecting our Lamu port all through to Ethiopia. For those who don't know, Honorable Speaker, this road is meant to move all the way from Lamu, Mombasa, Kibwezi, Kitui, Kabati, Migwani, Bondoni, and Honorable Speaker, this road is supposed to pass through Tharaka to Meru, Maua, Isiolo, Marsabit, all the way to Moyale, then to Ethiopia. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this is a very important road for all of us, not only in Kitui County, but as a country, it is a very important road for us. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, as our recommendations, I urge my colleagues in this Honorable House to support this motion so that the national government can urgently work on this road. We know that in several occasions, our area member of parliament has been talking about this road every time he visits this area. And I think it is the high time the national government through Kenya gives this road a priority. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, let me request the Honorable Member for Kaui Ward, Honorable Gabriel Munyao, to second this motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable Kaui, Member for Kaui. Kindly use the other microphone. We have shifted because of the light.
Honorable Speaker, I stand here to second the motion that has just been moved by our majority leader and Harrison Maluki Mawea. Honorable Speaker, in fact, this is a matter of county importance. I personally, I have interacted with officials of Kenha at the headquarters, including all the directors, and I want to assure my brother that it is not easy to convince Kenha in this matters roads. I want to encourage him to visit Kenha above the MP doing it, and I know that our brothers who are there, Engineer Kivoto is actually a voter in our deputy minorities ward, majority's office. Actually, Engineer Kivoto is very senior. He's in charge of all those special programs. Engineer Kivoto, who comes from your ward and a very loyal Catholic. We also have Engineer Mutua. We have so many of our tribesmen who are in Kenha who can really be of help to our people. Honorable Speaker, support this motion. I offer myself to accompany our majority leader to Kenha offices. I'm very familiar with those offices. Even today, I was with them in my ward. They were doing some CSR work in my ward, and actually interacted with some of the directors, and they've just left for Nairobi. So I can offer myself, and I can be of help as our honorable member pursues this matter. Honorable Speaker, I stand to second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gabriel Mutonga Munyao. Before I propose the motion as per Standing Order 30, Substanding Order number 3, we are directed to confirm that the motion has a support of not less than 20 members before we can proceed with it. So those members who are in support of this motion, please be upstanding, and the clerks count the members and report to me. Clerk, confirm the number.
Yeah, 23 speak. Yeah, 20. Honorable Speaker, we are 23 minus the move of the motion.
You are not unanswered. Be on record. How many?
Yeah, 23 minus the move of the motion.
Thank you. Thank you, members. We are more than 20. Thank you very much. You may take your seat. It appears, Honorable Majority Leader, you had seriously lobbied, which is good. And the members, thank you for supporting your colleague. Honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order number 1, Standing Order 30, I approved this motion because I know it's a matter which is of indeed great county importance. Allow me now propose the motion of county importance on completion of Kwasiko Mbononi Road brought under urgent notice, Standing Order number 30. And honorable members, the motion is as read by the honorable member for Migwani Ward, where the move of the motion is requesting that this assembly hereby recommends that the national government through Kenya should fast track completion of Kwasiko Mbononi Road, which will play a key role in the social and economic development and the provision of proximate, easily accessible services in Mwingi West Sub-County and its wards, that is Migwani, Ngutani, Kiomedhana, and Jomo Kenyatta wards. So members, I will open the floor for any input before I put the question. Again, I will give strictly 1 minute. So if I give you a chance, please, strictly 1 minute. Let me begin with the Deputy Speaker. And then Honorable Majority Whip, Honorable Ngwele, Honorable Priscilla, Honorable Dagara, Honorable Mbuno, Honorable Mwange, in that order. I hope you remember the order. Honorable Deputy Speaker, please go first.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mine is to support this motion by the Majority Leader, because if the road is done up to Kwasikwad, the other area remains undone. It is of no use. That is imprudent planning, is poor planning, is misuse of our resources as a country. Honorable Speaker, I support the motion, and I humbly request that after we pass the motion, you serve it to the Senate, to the CS Treasury, to the President, to the Speaker, National Assembly. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, for that passionate support of the motion. Honorable Majority Whip. And the members, I'm sure there are other Kenya roads in other parts of this county which are in bad state. I know Mbuno informed me about the road from Zambani all the way to, is it through Zombe? And also I'm sure in Kanyangi there's a road which the people of Kanyangi have been crying for. Honorable Majority Whip, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have raised to support this motion on grounds that, Mr. Speaker, we have used this road. I personally have used this road from Kwasiku to here, Migwani to Bondoni, and it is in a very pathetic condition. Mr. Speaker, I support this motion and say that the Kenya should take action on all the roads which are pending. They need to continue with the works that they left. Mr. Speaker, as I support the motion of the road that Majority Leaders just mentioned, Mr. Speaker, I also talk of a road from Kwavonza through Kanyangi to Chandola in Athi Ward, which they promised to do. Also a road from Kitui through Katulane, Kavisuni to Kanyangi, all the way to Makueni, Mr. Speaker. The Kenya should do something on that. Mr. Speaker, I support.
Thank you very much, Majority Whip. Honorable Ngwele. I'm sure members you remember the order. Honorable Ngwele, please take the floor.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Mr. Speaker, for 4 years between 1982 and 1985, I used this road from Mwingi through Bondoni, this Migwani, Kwasiku, up to Kitui to go to high school between 1982 and 1985 for 4 years. Mr. Speaker, and I've never seen this road in the condition that it is in now. It is a great shame for our country to have a Class B road in that condition. Mr. Speaker, and only to remind ourselves that a few years ago, the government borrowed 18.4 billion shillings from the Exim Bank of China to do the stretch from Kibwezi through Kitui up to where it is told at Kwasiku. And Mr. Speaker, unless we complete, the government completes that loop to Mbondoni, that will be 18.4 billion shillings not put to very good use. Mr. Speaker, the government, the Kenya Kwanza government, owes us completion of this road. And not just this section, but also the loop from Kuso through Sekuru to Usweni to Maua, because the design of that road is supposed to connect to the northern transport corridor at Isiolo. Mr. Speaker, the national government has to find money to fix that road. And I agree with what the Deputy Speaker said, that this matter needs to be escalated to the National Assembly. And it is a great shame also that a majority of the elected members of National Assembly in this county have been silent about this road. When it was being started in 2017, the former senator of this county, the Honorable David Musila, led a demonstration of elected leaders to Kibwezi, confronted the government and inhaled tear gas so that that work could be prioritized by the government. Our leaders need to step up and to confront the government so that this road is done. It is our right. We pay taxes like everybody else. That road has to be done. I support.
Thank you, Honorable Ngwele. Since 1984, before myself and Honorable Mbuno, since 1982, before very many of us were born, you used that road. Thank you, Honorable Priscilla. What are the women of Kitui saying, especially this stretch? Are women suffering? I like how you champion for the women's rights. Please take the floor, switch on the microphone.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's now high time we speak the truth and we unite as Kitui County elected leaders to claim for what belongs to us. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is not a favor that we are asking for the national government to complete the stretch between Kwasco and Mbondoni. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I said in the morning, I got late because I could not move. The car was, I don't know what to say. And the road is impassable. The road is impassable. And as we care for others, if I could feel like that, I speak on behalf of women of Kitui, and I will keep on talking on behalf of them. If you carry a pregnant woman from Bondoni to Migwani Hospital, definitely she will deliver along the road. And it's either she delivers safe or not safe, because the road is impassable. If you carry a woman from Zaoni, somewhere it's about half a kilometer, she will not reach Migwani when she's on labor. She will not reach Migwani. So what we are asking, we need this road. We need to join our hands, and we ask for the national government to please complete this stretch. And if it is about how to claim our things, we know, well as mentioned, how Musila mobilized people and we went to Kibwezi. Personally, I was there. I took a lot of tear gas for this road, and it was done. The reason why it was dumped some few kilometers to join the other road is a reason that we have never been given. So we demand for that road, and we ask government to finish it. About Kenya issue, we know all the corridors of Kenya, and Kenya we have our people, especially the manager for development. He comes from Endau Malalani. Is Mr. Kipoto. He comes from Endau Malalani. He should not sit down there and see our roads were out when he seated down there. We joined the hands of the MPs and the senator and the woman rep and the governor. We go and claim to what belongs to Kitui people. Thank you, sir. I support.
Thank you, Honorable Priscilla Mother Makomi, for speaking on behalf of the women of Kitui County. I think Honorable Mbuno was next. After Mbuno, it was Honorable Dagara. I think that was the order. After Dagara, it was Honorable Mwange. If I remember the order, we can go to Katana and then Kalenga and then Anthony in that order. Honorable Mbuno, take the floor.
Asante sana mustahiki Speaker, naomba niongee kwa lugha ya Kiswahili jioni hii. Kwanza nasimama niungane na kiongozi walio wengi bungeni kwa kuunga mkono mswada ambaye ameleta kwa hii bunge. Kwa nini? Kwa sababu tunajua umuhimu wa kuwa na barabara bora katika kujenga uchumi wa taifa. Kwa hivyo kuwa na wazo la kuamua kuleta mswada kama huo, hiyo ni wazo nzuri. Pili, nilikuwa nauliza Speaker kama kwa sababu ile mswada ambayo imeletwa ili ikamilike, ionyeshe picha mzuri ya county. Tunajua ni vitu kidogo tunaweza fanya sisi kama mbunge, kwa sababu mambo ambayo tunaongea mara mingi inafanyika katika mbunge kuu, lakini ningeomba kama kunawezekana tuongezee barabara zingine 2-3 hivi, ndio tukipitisha hapa kwa pamoja ikuwe inakaa kama kaunti mzima. Mfano barabara ambayo imeanza kule Kitui Chakati, naomba sekundi
nakupa dakika moja, endelea.
Asante sana. Ile barabara ambayo inaanza Kitui ya kati kupitia mahali inaitwa Chuluni kwenda Zombe, kupitia Mwitika kukuja Endau, Malalani, Twamboi, Ola. Hiyo ni barabara pia inahitaji kuangaliwa, hii pia ikiangaliwa. Pili, barabara ambayo imeachiwa kutoka mahali inaitwa Imwamba, Ikisaya, Malalani. Hiyo pia inaweza unganisha ndio county zima ionekane, tukiongezea ile nyingine imewekwa na imeongelelewa na mwakilishi wodi katika eneo ya Kanyangi, ndio county mzima, ili tukipitisha hapa sisi kama mbunge ionekane picha kweli sisi tunatetea wananchi wa county mzima. Naunga mkono wazo lake, ni wazo mzuri, na ningeomba sisi kama viongozi wa wakilishi wodi wa Kitui, ngavana, naibu yake, mawaziri, kila mmoja ambaye amezaliwa hapa Kitui ama ni mkaazi wa hapa Kitui, sisi tuungane pamoja tuhakikishe kwamba tunatetea zile vitu ambazo zinakuja kunufaisha watu wetu bila ubaguzi. Asante sana Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mbuno. Since you had not
sorry,
it's okay, you can finish. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I should not interrupt. There is an honorable member who has requested me if I am going to talk to the person who is working in the Kenya. Definitely, I request after we compile all those, when you are submitting to other relevant institutions, kindly, if it is possible, then let me get a copy such that I can just talk to him privately to see if there is any intervention. But politically speaking, we need all of us here, everybody who is a leader in Kitui County, to support construction of the building of our roads in Kitui County for us to boost to boost our businesses and hence the growth of our county. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mpuna. I was saying, since you had not officially moved an amendment to this motion, perhaps in future you can bring another motion on county importance on those other roads which you have mentioned, so that we also consider. But in the meantime, we have to proceed with this one. Honorable Dagara, I know your ward is in a serious state. Please proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to join my friends and my colleagues in supporting this motion that has been brought by my friend and Majority Leader, Honorable Harrison Maluki. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I agree with members that there are sons and daughters of Kitui who are in the key positions in Kenya, in the Department of Kenya, and they are able to push for this. Mr. Speaker, but I want to say, members, you are wrong. You want to realize that the major problem that we have in this region, it is a problem of political will. The political goodwill, it is the one that has killed this road and this major project, Mr. Speaker. You realize that, Mr. Speaker, this road is known as the Great Northern Corridor. That was being done for looking at the Vision 2030 that was done by the government of Mwai Kibaki, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, during that time, Mwai Kibaki regime is the one that did that road from all the way from Kibwezi to where it is today. And after the Kibaki regime went out of government, Mr. Speaker, is when the Uhuru government came. And that's when the monies that were allocated for this road were diverted to other roads, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? Now, after that, after the Kibaki regime went out, after Uhuru regime failed to do the road, now we have the Kenya Kwanza government, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, what I want to say as an honorable member, I want to say that I'm not a representative of national government in the parliament, Mr. Speaker, but we are the MCS of Kitui who stay with the people every day, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, what I want to say is that Kitui County and the people of Ukambani are not sons and daughters of a lesser God. We deserve services from the national government, Mr. Speaker. Although people will talk of the government of the day, they have already done out with the person who was talking of stakeholder government and the company government. If they are done with that person in government now, it is the time now we see the difference when the government now needs to focus on this project of Great Northern Corridor from here in Migwani, where this road has stalled, all the way from Mwingi and even from Kamuwongo, going to Emewa, all the way to Kase. That road connects to Ndangani, which is my ward, and goes all the way to Erira, crosses to areas of Kadwana, going all the way to Ethiopia, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, what we want to say and tell our leaders, because it is the first senator of Kitui, Senator David Musila, who organized the demonstration. It is the assembly of Kitui together with the leaders of Kitui. We are going to organize another demonstration. We need to march and close the road, Thika Road. That's when the government will hear us. All Ukambani and Kitui leaders will go and block Thika Road. There is no way that there will be cars moving to Meru and to other areas of Central, Mr. Speaker, when Kitui people have not been considered in this pertinent road that was supposed to have been finished in the Kibaki government, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I support this motion.
Thank you, Honorable Dagara. Honorable Mwanga was next. Honorable Jeremiah, you may have to wait. There was an order. Yeah. After Honorable Mwanga, I think it was Honorable Katana, then Kalenga, then now Anthony, then now Jeremiah. Please, let's proceed. Honorable Mwange, my member for Sekuru. Yes, that one is better. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, for the chance to participate in this motion. Honorable Mwele talked of passing or applying this road between 82 and some other year there. I applied the same road between 79 and 84. And so I know the road quite well. Mr. Speaker, sir, we realize that we earn the dubious distinction of when we are moving to Kitui, our county headquarters, especially those people who are from this part of Mwingi, we move towards Nairobi. Before you reach Kanyonyo, you clearly can see that you are heading in the wrong direction because you have to travel all the way and then you have to turn. When there is a very good connection here between Mwingi and Kitui. In this county, Mr. Speaker, the two major towns are Mwingi and Kitui. So we need to connect them properly so that you don't have to go in meandering and cutting many corners. So I want to thank my friend Majority Leader for bringing this motion at a time like this. There is also another weird segment between Kamuwongo and Kandria. There is a road of tarmac from Mwingi to Kamuwongo, and then there is another stretch of 13 kilometers, which is rough road. You cannot not even understand. And then another tarmac from Kandria to Kyusu. We want all these areas properly connected because, Mr. Speaker, my pet subject that I always talk about, it is the north part of Kitui, which is not yet opened. We need to do trade with Meru, we need to do trade with Embu, and we need to do trade with Isiolo. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't even mind losing some part of my mileage. I don't know how they count. If they are counting through Kanyonyo, they can reduce the 20 kilometers so that they pass through Migwani and I lose that money. I am ready. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mwange, for supporting on behalf of the people of Sekuru Ward, where I also come from. Thank you very much, Honorable Katana. Please proceed. I know Gutani Ward is in that stretch.
Yeah, I'm just
please, and I know your people are suffering. Please proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me join my colleague and say thank you to one Majority Leader on Bamaluke for coming up with these matters of county importance. This round is in Kitui County, and when you talk of Kenya officials are not the one who is the round. This round is giving handback to the people of Mwingi West. I appreciate and thank all my members for finding time to discuss much about this round. This round has been banned for so long, and all the time people are crying for help, Mr. Speaker. I was looking around to see Honorable mother around. I wanted to inform her that if you want to describe a mother, you don't say pregnant mother, you say expectant mothers. So that's a kind of language. Because, it's good to protect my profession. Mr. Speaker, I also want to give an advisory travel. If you are here and it is raining, what you call cat and dog, please don't try Kanya around. There's a place where it's so sliding and you can stuck there when it's raining. And still, this Kwasko round, if it becomes so nasty to you, you can also use the Kidaona round. After here, it's around 1 kilometer from here, Kidaona, and then you take the route to Kiambo Secondary School, then you connect to Kapaini Sangudi round. You will drive very well, and you will be safe to be here. We are coming from Kitui Mungi, Sangudi round. And don't try this round between AIC. The AIC around this place is not good for when it's raining. Mr. Speaker, I request for 2 minutes because I come from this.
Permission granted, and use the microphone properly. Use the microphone properly. You're not audible.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of importance, when you have issues like this in our account in a different wards, a member from that ward will stand on a matter of importance of the count. I'm also requesting, because today as one members, we have sat here and found it's important to discuss about this round. I'm also extending my request to our honorable member, Charles Nguna, to also mobilize members of National Assembly. They talk about this round as a matter of importance, because this round has not been talked in National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. And I know when he takes that matter there, it is going to be discussed, and it's highly important when it's being discussed at that level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this round is not about the round connecting Kitui, the round connecting Mwingi. We want to do demonstrations. We want to close the round. If now we want to do demonstrations, then we will close Kanyonyo. Then we force all the vehicles to go through Kabati, and then they fill this round. I think they will hear the cry of our people. So I wanted to extend the importance of discussing about this round, and I thank all the honourable members of finding time. We discuss about it here, and I know this message will reach our members in National Assembly and also reach the other elected leaders in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm together with my fellow honourable members.
Thank you, Honorable Katana, and also for that advisory on the roads to use, because I've been told by very many people who have been coming here since morning that they are getting stuck along the way. So I think we need to be very careful, and if this road is completed, I'm sure it will really help our people. Thank you very much. Who was next? Honorable Kalenga, the daughter of Kitui County and also representing women. You have been advised by Honorable Katana, you say expectant women, not pregnant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, of course I know. I'm a communicator.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you. Naomba nitumie lugha ya Kiswahili nikiwa nimesimama hapa kwa niaba ya sekta ya uchukuzi, nikiunga mkono kwanza mswada. Manake mimi kama mwenyeji hivi tu tuseme wa wodi ya Migwani, tumekuwa tukiteseka sana, na hasa katika sekta ya uchukuzi. Manake watu ama wenye wako katika hiyo sekta wamekataa kuleta magari katika hayo maeneo sababu ya barabara kuharibika, na wenye magari yao yako pande hii wote wanalia. Hakuna faida wanapata, ni hasara sababu ya vyuma vya magari kuharibika sababu ya barabara mbaya. Na ndo manake unakuta hata ukienda katika stage utakuta gari moja mbovu, magari ni mawili, hakuna hata gari ambalo unaweza ona gari at least ama gari kwa fadhali kwa abiria wetu na wakazi wa hii wodi. Kwa hivyo ningeomba na niunge mkono mswada, hizo barabara zitengenezwe, barabara zikiwa nzuri pia uchumi unaimarika. Asante Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kate Kalenga. I think next was Honorable Anthony, and then Honorable Jeremiah, and I also have seen Honorable Masako. Please stick to 1 minute, but Honorable Anthony, I can give you 2 minutes because your ward is also affected.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this permission, and I'm going to strictly stick on this Kwasiku Bondoni Road. Mr. Speaker, as elected leaders, we represent our people. And as it has been said by our area MP, Honorable Charles Ngozi Nguna, who has been raising about the grievances of our people concerning this road. Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that as another honorable member saying that we don't want to believe that the ones which were sent by the previously impeached Deputy President, His Excellency Honorable Gachagua, that the Kenya Kwanza government works with shares. And if it is according to the shares, I think honorable member, when the Kenya Kwanza government brought an impeachment supporting the removal of the one whom they claimed to be disrupting the Kenya Kwanza government programs, I think our honorable member Charles Ngozi Nguna supported by voting yes, hence becoming the shareholder of Kenya Kwanza government. And now I would request the Kenya Kwanza government to reward our honorable member for supporting the government, and if not going to support him through funding this road, as elected members and the voices of the people, we are going to block the Thika Garissa Highway to demand funding of this road. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I support this motion.
Honorable Anthony, are you saying the notion of shareholding is still continuing? Because you're
Yes.
saying your members now become a shareholder.
Yes, because I've said previously, I've said that we don't want to believe the government works with the shareholders.
Yes.
And if it is about working with the shareholders, Mr. Speaker, I think the first chairman of Kenya Kwanza party, which is UDA, was Honorable Mudhama,
Yes.
who comes from Machakos. And now, in that regard, even Mudhama should be rewarded by considering Kamba people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Anthony, for politically arguing your case. Honorable Jeremiah Mose Mutua, please take the floor.
Mheshimiwa Spika, niruhusu kwa leo nikaweze kutumia lugha ya Kiswahili.
Unaweza endelea.
Asante. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono mswada ambao umeletwa na kiongozi wa wodi ya Migwani, Mheshimiwa Harrison Maluki, na pia kusema ya kwamba barabara hii ambayo tunazungumzia haitaweza kutumiwa na watu wa Migwani peke yao. Mimi nimetoka wodi ya Nguni, na ninapotoka Kitui huwa inanibidi ya kwamba nipitie mpaka Kanyonyo ili nikaweze kwenda nyumbani. Hata watu wa Garissa ambao hutoka Mombasa wanatumia njia ya Kanyonyo. Barabara hii ikiweza kutengenezwa itaweza kusaidia hata watu kutoka mashariki. Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka kusema hivi. Kila mtu anatoa ushuru, awe ako katika mlengo wa serikali ama awe ako katika mlengo wa upinzani. Mimi najua ya kwamba viongozi wetu kutoka Ukambani kwa miaka mingi wameweza kuwa katika mrengo wa kiupinzani katika serikali. Lakini sisi kama wananchi tunatoa ushuru, na ushuru unapaswa kutumika kuleta maendeleo kwa watu wote. Wale ambao walipigia serikali kura na wale ambao hawakupigia serikali kura. Sisi kama watu wa Ukambani tumeweza kuchukuliwa kama watu wa upinzani. Na wakati mwingi serikali zote ambazo zimekuwa katika uongozi zimeweza kutenga maeneo ya Ukambani, ikiwepo maendeleo ambayo tunazungumzia siku ya leo. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba nimeishikwa kwa kusema ya kwamba ngamia wasikule kwa mashamba ya Wakamba, na wewe kama kiongozi na kama wakili wangu ukaweza kunitoa. Kwa mara hii pia nataka kuzungumza kwa sababu niko kwa Bunge. Na hapa mimi Mheshimiwa Spika, najua hakuna mtu anaweza niambia jambo lolote. Kwa sababu hapa tuko kwa Bunge na Bunge pia iko na masharti yake. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama hii barabara haitengenezwe, nataka kuambia Mheshimiwa Harrison Maluki, niko tayari tufunge barabara zote ambazo zinatumika na serikali ili wakaweze kusikia kilio cha wananchi wa watu wa Kitui. Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Jeremiah, lakini kabla ukae chini, umepea serikali muda gani? Uje ipatia, inaweza ikachukua miaka 10.
Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Ngwele amesema wakati hii barabara ilipokuwa inaundwa kuna viongozi ambao waliweza kuandamana. Nataka kupea serikali muda wa miezi 6 kama kiongozi wawakilishe watu wa Nguni, miezi 6, na pia kama kiongozi wa Kitui County. Kama serikali haitakuwa imeanzisha mpango wa kutengeneza hii barabara kwa miezi 6, sisi kama viongozi wa Kitui tutafunga barabara zote zinazotumika kwa ajili ya kuleta uchumi wa Kenya, ikiwepo Garissa, barabara ya Garissa kwenda Nairobi, barabara kutoka Kanyonyo kwenda Meru. Na vile pia Mwanga alisema tukaweze kuambia tumieni hii barabara pia mkienda Mombasa, kwa sababu sisi kama wananchi kutoka Kitui tunateseka. Miezi 6 hiyo imetosha kwa serikali.
Asante sana. Naona umekanyanga chini. Hiyo translate Kikamba ikakuwa Kiswahili. Umekanyanga chini vizuri. Kabla nipatie Majority Leader, wewe unataka umalizie? Honorable, who was next? I think now Majority Leader you can finish. Majority Leader, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues actually for unanimously supporting this motion. Honorable Speaker, what I forgot to say about this road, Migwani was not the way you have seen it. There are so many demolitions which were done by Kenya. Now it is more than 3 years since those demolitions were done. I wonder why a government which cares for its people will do demolitions when they know there is no budget to do the road. It is now 3 years. There is a town which started long time ago, even before Mwingi town, known as Mbasa, which was started by Indians, where we were yesterday near DB. That town has been completely demolished due to this road. Honorable Speaker, our people have suffered for the last 3 years. Honorable members of the County Assembly, I want to put this one into attention. We have a market here in Migwani. Actually, Kenya came and gave a notice that there is part of the market which Kitui County government was supposed to demolish. And if we don't demolish it and they demolish it themselves, they will charge us 10 million for demolition. When I was elected, I was given that information and I had to source for money. Actually, Honorable Speaker, we invested 1 million to demolish our own market for a road which has not yet been done. I could have diverted that money to renovate a part of that market, which is also not in good condition. So, Honorable Speaker, as the people of Migwani, as the people of Mwingi West, we have really suffered due to this road. Our people have complained. There are people who are supposed to be compensated where that road was diverted to pass through. So, Honorable Speaker, I also echo my colleagues, you know what they have said about this road. I think we need to give it the urgency it deserves. We have our icon here, our first senator, Honorable Musila. It is all over that he did very intensive demonstrations at Kibwezi, at Mutomo, for that road to be constructed. Unfortunately, what he sacrificed for has not yet been achieved, because he was advocating for that road to move all the way from Kibwezi to Mbondoni. Honorable Speaker, as my colleagues have said, I think it is upon us as leaders. We take this matter, we pay taxes, we need better roads, this is a first-class road, which is Kenya Class A road, which needs to be given the attention it deserves. Therefore, my colleagues, I really want to appreciate you for supporting this motion, and I know we will escalate this issue up to the National Assembly, and an action will be taken on this road. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Majority Leader and honorable members. Allow me now put the question on the motion of county importance on completion of Kwasi Kumbondoni Road brought under urgent notice under Standing Order number 30, Substanding Order number 1, where this assembly should recommend that the national government through Kenya should fast-track completion of Kwasi Kumbondoni Road, which will play a key role in the social and economic development and the provision of proximate, easily accessible services in Mwingi West Sub-County and the 8 wards, that is Migwani, Ngutani, Kiomedhana, and the Kiomo-Kiadhani wards. Honorable members, as many of these opinions say aye, and as many of the contrary opinions say nay, the ayes have it. Honorable members, I want to congratulate you for unanimously supporting this motion, and I also want to add my voice by saying that as the Deputy Speaker correctly said here, actually our Kenya Kwanza government, which is in office currently, should know that the kind of damage which this stretch is doing to the Kenya's economy is a big one. Because you can even may ask you how many vehicles will use that road from Kabati all the way to Mbondoni when it is in that state. From Kabati to Kwasiku, where the tarmac stopped. How useful is that stretch to the national government? Because the only people who can use it are people who are living in those areas. Commercial vehicles and vehicles who are plying this route of Meru, Embu, all the way to Isiolo, Ethiopia, they cannot even use it. So in other words, there is no sufficient value for money for that stretch which has been completed. For that stretch to be properly utilized, the Kwasiko and Mbondoni should be connected, so that now many traffic will be able to use this road, and it will actually improve the Kenya's economy. So I think the Kenya Kwanza government should get its priorities right. This is an incomplete project. Though Honorable Dagara, when you said that we are lacking political goodwill, I believe when a president is elected, they become the leader of the entire country. Not a particular region where maybe you receive very many votes. So I think, members, I want to support your initiative of pushing, because we are the ones who are at the grassroots level. We are the ones who stay here with our people. We know how our people suffer. We know how the economy of Migwani and also Mwingi, all the way to Kyuso Sekuru, Daraka, how it will be improved if this road is completed. And because as a county government, sometimes we support national government initiatives, I think it is good that the national government also listens to us and does what is rightful. I had a communication with the area MP for Mwingi West, and he assured me, actually confirmed to me, that he has raised this matter severally in the National Assembly. He has made very many statement requests in the National Assembly. There's even a motion which he moved in the National Assembly about this road. The problem, even if we ask Honorable Mbuno to push and Honorable Gabriel to push their friends in Kenya, the problem is budget. If there is no budget, will that engineer do anything? So the problem is budget. And I think it's high time that all our legislators at the national level, our senator, women rep, all the 8 MPs from Kitui County, and all of us as honorable members of the County Assembly, it's high time that we be united. Let us be united and push for completion of this stretch and other national government projects. We have a high grand force on the Bodagara, which it was hyped, very much hyped. I don't know what has happened to it. Maybe it will be revived during 2027 campaigns for political reasons. So I think it's high time that as grassroots leaders, we also push the national government in supporting projects in our county. So I want to assure you members that this motion, as it is, it will be forwarded to the relevant government departments. We shall do so, Honorable Speaker, as you said, even the office of the President, we shall ensure that a copy of it is served to the office of the President, so that they may know what we go through. Our people are suffering, and it is high time that the national government takes up this matter and resolves it once and for all. And next time, I think for purposes of budgeting, it is not prudent to have an incomplete project. Even at the county level, sometimes, and when I was listening to the debate on boreholes, you pump 1 million, you drill. Then you leave it, you leave the borehole just like that. You have not operationalized. Is that borehole useful? Is the 1 million which you pumped there useful? It is actually wastage. We need to discourage this culture of not fully budgeting for projects. I just saw the Migwani Ward Administrator's office yesterday. It has been done almost 70% to completion. And it was left like that since 2021 up to now. A lot of money was pumped there. And that project has stalled since 2021 to date. Is there value for money? For the money which was used to build that ward office? And we are busy coming up with new projects when we have several incomplete projects. So I think it's high time as legislators, even before we push the national government to complete their projects, let us push our county government to complete the several incomplete projects in our county government. All those boreholes which have not been equipped needs to be equipped before we are given very sweet stories of Sand Dam, Athi Dam, and there are some incomplete projects. And that is a wastage of county resources. So members, I want to applaud you and thank you for your resilience as we debate and discuss about matters affecting our people. Thank you very much. Now we can go to the last motion, and I want to appreciate you for your resilience of members. Thank you very much. The people of Kitui County can see how much we love them. We love them very much, and I'm sure we shall do the best to serve them. Clerk, next order.
Order number 10, motion for enhanced representation, employment opportunities, cultural recognition, and development affirmative action for the marginalized / minority communities in Kitui County by MCA Tharaka Ward.
Thank you. That is a motion by Honorable Dagara. Honorable Dagara, you may take the floor. I know you're always energetic when it comes to marginalized. And we are here to support you as you fight for your people. Please take the floor. We still have the energy, don't worry. And I can see you still have the energy. Please take the floor.
I have a lot of energy. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for this opportunity. And also I want to thank members for their resilience that even now can see MCA and down Malalani all the way, the marginalized communities of this area are all here. And Mr. Speaker, I want to inform you that in our online, the Facebook link, the Swahili and Arab community and even the Raka community, they're the ones who have flocked the line right now. And therefore, I am very delighted to talk on their behalf. I can see my brother Waziri Bakari is also here to make sure that we move this thing so that once and for all we settle this thing. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to go straight forward. That I want to present to you motion for enhanced representation, employment opportunities, cultural recognition and development affirmative action for marginalized / minority communities in Kitui County. Mr. Speaker, acknowledging the necessity for inclusivity and protection of marginalized communities across Kenya, and particularly within Kitui County, I hereby present this motion for consideration. This motion emphasizes the need for affirmative action to guarantee representation, employment, cultural recognition, and development opportunities for marginalized communities such as the Tharaka and Arab Swahili communities and other underserved regions who continue to face discrimination, exclusion, and limited access to opportunities. Mr. Speaker, cognizant that Section 97 of the County Government Act mandates county government to observe the principles of protection of marginalized and minority groups, shielding them to discrimination and any form of distinction, while guaranteeing them equality in economic, educational, social, religious, political, and cultural participation. Mr. Speaker, aware that Article 204 of the Constitution establishes the Equalization Fund to provide basic services including water, road, health facilities, and electricity to the marginalized areas to the extent necessary to bring the quality of those services in those areas to the level generally enjoyed by the rest of the nation. Mr. Speaker, further aware that Section 68A of the County Government Act provides that each county public service board shall promote equal opportunity in the county public service, shall take measures to ensure that diversity is maintained in the county public service. Further, it shall not, Mr. Speaker, it shall not be unfair. It shall not be unfair discrimination to implement affirmative action measures to ensure this achievement. Mr. Speaker, concerned that despite Section 65, Section E of the County Government Act, which requires that at least 30% of the entry-level positions in the county government be filled by candidates from non-dominant ethnic groups, Kitui County has persistently overlooked qualified candidates from the two marginalized communities, failing to comply with the law and disregarding suitable candidates from these groups. Mr. Speaker, further concerned that as highlighted in the report by the County Assembly Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, in response to a statement request regarding the lack of inclusivity for minority and marginalized communities within Kitui County's public service, only 5%, Mr. Speaker, of employees under the County Assembly Service Board and a mere 10% of employees under the County Public Service Board are from non-dominant ethnic communities. Mr. Speaker, noting that despite the provisions of Article 21, subsection 3 and 204 of the Constitution and Section 97 of the County Government Act, marginalized areas such as Tharaka Ward and are hardly ever prioritized in development agendas. Affirmative action has not been implemented to ensure that these regions receive preferential treatment in government funding and fair allocations in development projects, especially in healthcare, water and roads, infrastructure, and education and access to essential services. Mr. Speaker, noting that the cultural heritage of Tharaka and Arab Swahili communities is neither acknowledged nor celebrated in Kitui County's social events, despite Section 97, subsection F of the County Government Act directing county government to observe the principles of promotion of diversity and intercultural education. There has been no effort to incorporate their traditions, practices, missing an opportunity to foster inclusion, pride, respect for their cultural identities. Mr. Speaker, deeply troubled that despite a constitutional framework ensuring that the promotion, participation, and representation of marginalized communities, Mr. Speaker, and the existence of multiple legislative provisions and programs targeting the welfare of marginalized groups, these two communities within Kitui County continue to suffer from systematic discrimination, exclusion, and lack of access to essential opportunities for development. These ongoing disparities, Mr. Speaker, hinder the growth of these communities, perpetuating cycles of poverty, marginalization, and social exclusion. Mr. Speaker, conscious that by approving this motion, we demonstrate a commitment to creating a more equitable, inclusive, and culturally respectful county. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this assembly hereby resolves, one, the Kitui County Public Service should swiftly prepare, implement a public service employment equity plan in line with the provisions of Section 68C of the County Government Act. This employment equity plan is essential in eliminating ethnic imbalance and supporting the implementation of the 30% rule envisaged in Section 65 of the County Government Act. The employment equity plan, Mr. Speaker, shall set out the positive policies and practices which shall be instituted in the hiring and the retention of underrepresented persons belonging to the marginalized communities. Number two, Mr. Speaker, the Kitui County government shall promptly recognize and officially gazette the Tharaka and Swahili/Arab communities as minority or marginalized groups within Kitui County, ensuring they receive appropriate attention and support. Number three, Mr. Speaker, the County Public Service Board must speedily adhere to the provision of Section 59, subsection A, D, and 3 of the County Government Act, which directs it to prepare regular reports for submission to the County Assembly containing the details of persons appointed, including gender, persons with disability, persons from minority and marginalized communities. Mr. Speaker, number 4, the County Public Service Board shall in every December deliver a report to the County Assembly on the extent to which the values and principles referred to in Article 10 that refers to inclusivity and protection of the marginalized, and Article 232 of the Constitution that talks about equal opportunities for employment for all ethnic groups are complied with in the County Public Service. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the County Public Service Board shall publish the said report in the County Gazette not later than 7 days after the report has been delivered to the County Assembly. This is an adherence to Section 59, Section 5 of the County Government Act. Number 5, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the National Equalization Fund established under Article 204 of the Constitution, the Kitui County Government should create its own dedicated equalization fund to specifically address and support development programs in marginalized regions. Establishing this fund would allow the county to allocate a specific budget for these areas, enabling investment in targeted infrastructure, essential social services, and economic development projects. This targeted approach aims to uplift underserved communities, narrowing development disparities and helping them reach a standard comparable to other regions in Kitui County. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, a county-managed equalization fund would support consistent long-term planning, allowing the government to effectively address the distinct needs of these communities and promote balanced, inclusive regional growth. Mr. Speaker, number 6, each county government administration shall appoint at least one county executive committee member, all chief officer from the Tharaka and Swahili/Arab communities. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, you realize that senior leadership positions within the county must include representatives from both of these communities. Number 7, Mr. Speaker, the County Ministry of Culture, Gender, Youth, ICT, Sports and Social Services should undertake deliberate measures to promote the social heritage and cultural values of marginalized communities in order to promote their cultural identity and foster inclusivity. This may include, Mr. Speaker, cultural displays in county-sponsored social events, support for cultural preservation projects, and funding for community-led cultural initiatives. Mr. Speaker, number 8, and finally, the County Assembly Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, in collaboration with the relevant stakeholders, should establish a mechanism for oversight to ensure that Kitui County complies with existing legislative frameworks on employment/human resource planning. that protect marginalized communities and where necessary provide intervention to rectify non-compliance. Mr. Speaker, this is my motion as signed by me, Honorable Godfrey Muthengi Ndagara MCA for Tharaka and here in the County Assembly of Kitui. Mr. Speaker, before I give my brother Honorable Waziri Bakari from one of the minority communities, the Swahili Arab community, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I really want to thank members of Kitui County Assembly for the support and even the Kitui County government as usual for the hospitality and warmth that they have given to the communities that are different from the Kamba communities that live within Kitui County. We realize there has been conflicts in some other counties where communities fight each other, and therefore in Kitui there's been a lot of peace. And Mr. Speaker, it is because Kamba people are always receptive and they are good people, and therefore I would say that as the minority communities were not complaining that we are not really fit in Ukambani, we really appreciate the warmth that we always receive, especially from the current government, the Governor Malombe, who has really appointed ministers and chief officers from these minority communities. You realize even the chief of staff of the current government, Khalid, comes from the Arab Swahili community, and we really, that community feel represented whenever they see him there. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the Tharaka community settled or migrated from Mboa and settled within the Manda Islands of Coast in 1200 AD, Mr. Speaker. And the Kamba community were settling from Mboa, the same origin, and they settled in Kilimanjaro, and they migrated to the Taita Hills. So in fact, Mr. Speaker, the Taita Taveta County is the land for Kamba land, Mr. Speaker, because that's where the Kambas settled before they settled in the current areas in the 15th and the 19th century. And therefore, the Tharaka community, that is in Kitui, in fact, it is the Kandoland. It is where the Meru, the Mbere, and the Kukuyu communities settled. They settled in the Dagisho sub-county where there is Tharaka ward now. And therefore, the Tharaka community are the one who settled in the region they had today. They settled there even before the Kambas came, because the Tharaka community in Dagisho settled in that area in the 14th century. And the Kamba communities came in the areas of Sekuru and Kase because they were coming from these other areas of coast going downwards to Tana River, and they settled in those areas in the 19th century. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say we are people who are original owners of that land. We are not visitors in Kitui County. That land belongs to us, and it's where we were born, and that's where when we migrated from the Congo forest, that's where we settled, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to say that administratively, this community has been managed from Dharakanithi back in the 1980s, Mr. Speaker. And in 1983, it's when, due to the big river, Tana River, that hindered development or proper access of development from the other side of Dharakanithi, that's when one of the best orators of Kambani that time, the Manando, MP Manando, and may his soul rest in peace, is the one that said that Tharaka people are suffering, crossing the river all the way to Dharakanithi to get services, and I want to make sure that I get these people so that I'm able to take care of them. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, from that time, as I go back to the Arab community, where my brother Waziri comes from, the Arab community, you remember, Mr. Speaker, where they came. Why did the Arab community, why Waziri Bakari and the other colleagues from the Islam are here? Not Islam, but from the Arab and Swahili. The Kamba people were long-distance traders, Mr. Speaker, as you remember the history. And they used to trade on ivory. In fact, even the Kamba people were also used to trade on honey and wax, Mr. Speaker, in the 19th century. And that they were selling these products to Arabs in cost. So they were moving from here, going to coast to sell this product, and they come back again to Kambani in exchange of clothes, because that time there were no clothes. The people were using hides. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, that's when now that close friendship of Kambas and Arabs, that's why the Arabs were able to settle in many areas of Kambani, and you realize that Arabs, Swahili-speaking people are more in Ukambani than in any other area, because those communities used to coexist then. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, going forward, as I urge my fellow members, so that you are able to accommodate us, and so that we need to have a law that is going to make sure that we are able, going forward, to make sure that in terms of development, we are able, there is an inclusivity, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to urge my fellow members, going forward, to support this motion, so that to some extent, when it comes to employment, at least we need to make sure that the Arab and the Swahili communities are represented, even the Raka community is represented. And therefore, I humbly urge members to support me and to support this motion, so that we are able to coexist, and we are able to feel that we are part of this community, because God created us and He put us in this land, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, I want to move this motion and request my brother from the minority community, Honorable Waziri Bakari, to come and second the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Dagara, for passionately moving that motion. And I'm sure members have heard you and they'll be able to add their voice. Honorable Waziri Bakari, are you ready to second? Please take the floor.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, hata mimi wacha pia nimpongeze mwenzangu ambaye kwa taarifa yako umezungumza kabla apande kwenye jukwaa na kujieleza juu ya mswada wa walio wachache katika kaunti yetu ya Kitui. Nimeona pia amechukua hii fursa siku ya leo, Mheshimiwa Spika, tangu tuingie kwenye hili bunge, Mheshimiwa Ndangara alinikaribisha na kuniambia kwamba wewe uko peke yako hapa. Alikuwa ananichokoza ama kunikejeli. Anaambia kwa hili bunge lilikuwa hiyo wakati, Mheshimiwa Spika, nakumbuka kwa vizuri sana, nilikuja nikiwa nimevaa vazi la kanzu. Na akaniambia tunataka kuona mavazi haya yakiwa mengi zaidi hapa kwenye hili bunge. Lakini nikamwambia wewe uko na bahati, kwa sababu eneo lilo lichaguliwa liko na jina ya kabila yako, linaitwa Tharaka. Kwa hivyo tukae chini tuangalie, kama tumeshindwa upande mmoja, tulete sheria ambayo itatusaidia sisi wale ambao wako nyuma yetu tuweze kuhakikisha ya kwamba wamepata nafasi kama sisi mahali tumefika. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia Mheshimiwa Ndangara amekuwa akifurahia sana akirudia jina langu, na alikuwa anaonesha sura ya ucheshi. Anafurahi akisema Waziri Bakari Baraka. Naona anafurahia. Kwa ukweli, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni majina ambayo kwa kaunti yetu ya Kitui sana sana katika wafanyikazi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni machache. Na lazima tuchukue fursa hii kuangalia ni namna gani tunaweza leta sheria, tuangalie watu wetu wameingia katika hii serikali. Mheshimiwa Spika, utamaduni ni mwingi. Na nikitaja vitu vichache ambavyo Mheshimiwa Spika vinafanywa na watu wetu ambao katika hizo jamii za walio wachache, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna upikaji wa chakula, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna kusuka nyele, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna mavazi, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna sherehe za harusi, Mheshimiwa Spika, ambapo leo ni wachache sana wanajua jamii ya Waarabu ama jamii ya Waswahili sherehe zao za harusi huwa namna gani, huwa zinaanza lini, zina siku ngapi, watu wanasherekea namna gani, na unakwenda kuchukua bibi wapi, ni saa ngapi, na utamchukua kwa namna gani. Kwa hivyo hizo mila ndio tunazitaka, Mheshimiwa Spika, na kuangalia wananchi ambao na ndugu zetu wako nyuma yetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, hivi karibuni nilikuwa na mkutano na watu wa jamii yangu, Mheshimiwa Spika, na kwa ukweli walikuwa na kilio kikubwa sana, kwa sababu wana mambo mengi sana yale wameweka mbele yao. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, wakati wanachukua fursa katika kongamano ama katika mikutano yetu na kukuuliza maswali, lengo lao na nia yao huwa wanaona kama wewe ndio kila kitu. Wakati mtu amekwambia nataka kazi ya udereva, anaona unaweza kumchukua kutoka nyumbani ukampeleka kwenye ofisi na akawa dereva. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunataka masharti na tunataka sheria ipendekezwe kama vile tumeeleza kwa hiyo ripoti. Mheshimiwa Spika, hakuna jambo tumeliacha wazi, na kama watakuwa na shida wale ambao wenye kutekeleza wakiwa watashindwa na kuangalia ni namna gani tunaweza saidiana. Bunge liko la Kitui County Assembly likiongezwa na wewe Mheshimiwa Spika, na najua uko na nafasi pia, wewe ni wakili, utatuita na utusaidie mahali tumekosea. Tunataka turekebishe, tuangalie hizi jamii tunaweza kuzisaidia namna gani, nao pia wajisikie kama wakaaji wa Kitui na wajue ni watu ambao pia wanalipa ushuru na wanafaa kusaidiwa na serikali ya Kitui kama vile umetangulia kusema. Kwa hiyo mechache, Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono na kusema kwamba Mheshimiwa Dagara amefanya jambo la maana na Mungu ambariki pamoja na watu wa Tharaka. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Waziri Bakari Baraka. Hiyo ya tatu watu wengi hawajui. Mheshimiwa Dagara anaitwa Waziri Bakari Baraka. Ni wa baraka teletele. Usisahau hii ni mula wake wa pili kuwa hapa. Kuna baraka teletele, na ukiungana naye vizuri, hii mambo yako hii itakuwa sawa, utapata baraka. Honorable members, allow me now propose the motion for enhanced representation, employment opportunities, cultural recognition, and development affirmative action for marginalized minority communities in Kitui County, as moved by Honorable Godfrey Muthengi Dagara, MCA Tharaka Ward, and seconded by Honorable Waziri Bakari Baraka. Honorable members, I will now open the floor for any input, contribution before I put the question. I can see you are still very energetic, and I'm very happy. I am encouraged. I mean, are those ads having another message? Those ads means you want to contribute. So I'll start with the majority leader going that way. Please, when I give you a chance, strictly 1 minute. Strictly 1 minute, so that we continue. But Honorable Dagara, I want to congratulate you for this important motion. Honorable Majority Leader, please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand here to support this motion on the marginalized communities. However, Honorable Speaker, there is a group we always forget, and I term them as also marginalized. Those are the people with disabilities who are also supposed to be taken care of. Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate the current Kitui County government led by His Excellency Dr. Julius Malombe. Actually, he tried the much he could to consider the marginalized community. We have a CEO who comes from Tharaka Ward. We have a minister who comes from Tharaka Ward. And it is clear that we also have the chief of staff who comes from the minority community. So I think it is work in progress.
Don't forget a minister for water.
Yeah, sure. The minister for water also. So I think it is a work in progress, and I really want to appreciate the current government which we have. And Honorable Dagara, actually before the appointments, he tried the much he could to fight for the marginalized communities to be considered. He is lucky because the Honorable Speaker, here in Migwani, a very popular word, I didn't get a single CEO or a minister. So I say that he is lucky, and at least the government was fair to the minority community. However, Honorable Speaker, I know some of these positions comes with the qualifications, and I also urge our colleagues, that is Honorable Dagara and Honorable Waziri Bakari, when these advertisements are done, we also make sure that our members of the community are aware, because actually, Honorable Speaker, we can't go for these people at home to come and recruit them. I think it is good to enlighten them when these positions are advertised so that they apply and they come through the competitive recruitment process. So I think it is good to create awareness to all of us and all of them,
and to be considered on the percentage which is given for the marginalized community. So, Honorable Speaker, I stand here to support and also appreciate the Honorable MCO, is my friend from Tharaka, for bringing up this motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader, I'm sure there are also marginalized communities here in Migwani Ward.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Exactly.
So
we also have Swahilis and we also have some Dharakas here in Migwani.
Yes.
They should also be considered. Actually, they don't only belong to Tharaka Ward and Kitui Central Ward. In Mwingi, I think they are all over. And a consideration, I think if you employ a Tharaka from Migwani or from Mwingi Central, they also belong to the marginalized communities. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
There is a point of information. Do you want to be informed, Majority Leader?
Yes, kindly. Wiper coordinator Kitui County, you can inform me.
It is good for us to know that Wiper Party chose the Wiper coordinator from the marginalized community.
Thank you,
so
Mr. Speaker.
we appreciate that that the party is considering the marginalized community. You may take the floor.
On behalf of the party, I say thank you. I want to inform my leader and my good friend, Honorable Harrison. In fact, when he was briefing us about the history of Mwingi, he mentioned of a market here, and I think the word was bazaar, isn't it? That market was most populated by the Arabs and Swahili by then. If I can remember, I don't know whether, Mr. Speaker, you may allow me to quote the names. I think they are names of Zulwas and Mustafas. Those people have been here, and so many others. And you can even see from our report, we have included that the Swahili Arabs inhabitants were coming all the way from Mombasa, coming to these other areas, including Mwingi. In Kitui, there were so many people. All those buildings you see, we see there, Mr. Speaker, the story buildings. Before then, there were Swahili-made houses, including there's a place beyond Kidhombwani, which is called Mjini, or Swahili village. That place, Mr. Speaker, up to now, if you go there, Mr. Speaker, you'll find those chairs, the seats, even the houses, the plants from those people who are living there. They are particularly made from the Swahili design. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that in Kitui, the Swahilis and Arabs occupied this land so many years ago. And that's why we want to be acknowledged and to be taken seriously as the people of Kitui. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Waziri, for informing the Majority Leader. Majority Leader, you may finish.
Honorable Speaker, as you have said, I also want to appreciate Wiper Party. We have minority as the coordinator, and also appreciate the Wiper members in the House. We have also one of the minority in the House leadership, who is Honorable Nagara. So I think in the County Assembly, they are well taken care of. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Why did Honorable Nagara not recognize that? Honorable Nagara, thank you very much, Major Leader, for pointing that out. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I know there are also very many marginalized community people in your ward. Please, and you are coming with the whole file. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I will begin by informing Honorable Ndagara that we were not coming from the coast. We came from Congo. We entered through Turkana River, somewhere there. Then we came all the way to Kambani, and we started our long distance trading ivory to the coastal region. whereby we intermingled with the Arabs and we sired the Swahili community. So Mbakari can never be said to be marginalized, being a Swahili. He has a big community, his grandfathers. Thank you. I rise to support the marginalized group in Kitui County. This motion is in tandem with the provisions of the Constitution which provide for affirmative action. It seeks to bring to effect that youths, women, and the marginalized communities are not left out in government. I have just read through the prayers and listened to you make when you are moving the motion, and I said, wow, why can't we sit down, deal with the Kitui County, and come up with a bill that we will bring to effect the provisions of the Constitution in Kitui County. The bill, Honorable Speaker, will seek to narrow down to the number of marginalized communities in our county, narrow down to youth, women, people living with disabilities, and then recommend to the what the Ministry of Culture should do, what the County Executive Committee member not the County Executive Committee member, what the Committee on Labor should do, so that this thing is not anchored on goodwill, the will of the regime of the day, but it is anchored in law. Honorable Speaker, we can again, as we have gone down in history, as the first assembly, the third assembly, having brought Bunge Mashinani under your leadership. We can also go down in history again as the people who have come up with a bill bringing effect. I think it should be Article 27 of the Constitution, which provides for the affirmative action of 2/3 gender rule. So that I may not mislead the House, the Constitution can be looked at, but I said it is there or there about. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I cannot be very wrong on that.
You are indeed very right.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm a great scholar of law. That is why I came with all these files, these papers, these documents. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
And you are an advocate of
an advocate of good standing of the High Court of Kenya, who rarely loses cases. Thank you very much.
You did not need to heard that one, but we have heard. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The others, please, let's try to be very brief. Honorable Jeremiah, I'm sure there are several marginalized communities in your ward, and I'm sure you know what some of them do. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm here to support the motion as moved by my good friend Honorable Dagara. In Nguni, Mr. Speaker, we live with the Somali community. Not everyone from Somali community who looks after the cattle and cause farmer, what we call farmer cattle conflicts, feuds, which have been orchestrated for many years. We have Somali community people who live in Nguni. They are very good people, actually, they do business. And I'm also urging the government, as we adopt this motion, that they be considered when we are doing employment, when we are awarding contracts even to them, because they are our people. The Speaker, further to that, in furtherance of that, we also understand that the motion does not mean that the government should look into the affairs of people from Tharaka and from the people represented by Waziri Bakari in Kitui County. We have wards in this county, the Speaker, which are also marginalized. As I speak here, I can see Honorable Member for Endau Maralani, Honorable Erastus Mbuno, where he come from. You will find that those wards cutting across all the way to Nu, Nguni, Ngomeni, Sekuru, all the way, that region, including Mutokaliku ward. So Speaker, you realize that we really have a fair share of the government job opportunities and also employment opportunities when they are recruiting. We also urge the government that these wards also need to be looked into and have a fair share for the same. Finally, Mr. Speaker, also from the minority side, Honorable Waziri Bakari, you also need to appreciate us as a party. We nominated one of you, Honorable Monira, who speaks very well and represents the community in our own party. The Speaker, also to make you aware that in the last regime, when we had the government under the leadership of Charity Ngilu, we give an offer to Honorable Muthengi Dagara to become the Minister for Sports, Culture and Social Welfare, Mr. Speaker, and he declined the position, Mr. Speaker. We wanted to make sure that the Tharaka people are represented. He can confirm that we give him a very good offer until he declined for reasons well known to him, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, we support his initiative and also support the motion has been tabled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I expect Honorable Dagara to raise a point of order on the statement of facts. Honorable Dagara, you have a point of order. Did you decline the offer? Because your community may not be happy.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
If there is one regime that really did bad to the people of the minority communities, the Tharaka community, it is the government of Honorable Jeremiah. Because they did not even give us even one minister. You cannot say that you offered Ndagara to be a minister and my name was not in the list of appointees. He was not even discussed in the assembly. The only thing that my friend Honorable Ngilo, I don't want to talk because she's not here, she only offered me the chief officer job when it was remaining 8 months to the end of our term. So why would I have accepted? I would not be the MCA today because she was tainted then, Mr. Speaker. So thank you for the offer, but I didn't want to take it.
I will not comment about that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Mwange, then Honorable Anthony. Who else in that order? So that we finish. Oh, Sophia, I've seen you. Let's try to be extremely brief, please.
Yes.
Honorable Mwange, 1 minute. It is, switch it on. Switch it on. Yeah, it's okay now.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, for this chance. I also want to thank my good friend and neighbor, Honorable Muthengi Ndagara, for moving this motion about the marginalized and the minorities. Mr. Speaker, in my own ward, I have a whole location and a sub-location that are inhabited by the Tharaka community. And over the years, I have seen how they struggle even to get something like a village. Mr. Speaker, I remember one time, as soon as we were elected, I came to your office seeking your counsel because I wanted to move a motion that we can add some of the villages from the 247 to something else. So that at least the people, the Tharaka people in Sekuru, because I know it's very hard for them to elect an MCA. They only have one location, and I have 12 locations. So I wanted them at least to get a village so that they employ their own village administrator. They will feel properly accommodated and, of course, appreciated. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the communities that have been mentioned, the Swahili Arabs and the Dharakas, wards are also marginalized, Mr. Speaker. As we speak today, my Sekuru ward doesn't even have a director. Forget about a minister. There's no minister, there's no CEO, there's no director, so we are marginalized as well. So this discrimination should not be encouraged. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you very much. And we even have a member of service from Sekuru who is within the Tharaka community. Is that true, Honorable Mwange? Mulandi, am I right? Yes, we have a member of service from the Tharaka community. Yes, so thank you very much. Honorable Anthony? Do we have marginalized communities in Kimo Kiadhani ward? I'm sure they are there. In Bondoni, there are several. Please
yes,
proceed.
There are several. Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I'm going to talk about specifically the people of Tharaka. For those of us who have attended several functions in Tharaka, could attest even apart from job opportunities or the area is underdeveloped. When you look at the roads, water services and services, you would also feel like the area is developed, and we need to look upon the issue. Also, Honorable Speaker, I would like to inform this Honorable House that the CCM, water, and those other members who have mentioned here who works with the county government, before the vetting, when the appointees were being done, Honorable Dagara, it seemed as if he had a prior information concerning the appointees, and it was like the people from Tharaka could not be recognized, and he went ahead to fight for them to get some slots. And also, I'm surprised, even during these honorable house sessions, when honorable members are recognized, we even say that, I've heard some of the members saying that we have 59 honorable members and 1 Mutharaka, of which I usually wonder whether we are going to deny the people of Tharaka their right of electing Honorable Dangara, and if we are going to take away that honorable title from Honorable Dangara. So, Honorable Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's try to be brief. Honorable Bernard Mangagi Monyasi, I know your ward is heavily populated with the marginalized community. Please, 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, in my ward, Mwingi Central, there are many marginalized communities. And we need such a law to protect them, Mr. Speaker. So, I rise to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bernard. Honorable Gabriel Mutunga Munyao, member for Kawi Ward, the man on the highway, always fighting for the rights of his people, especially along the highway. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As you have said, it is true that I fight for my people to not to be displaced by Kenha from the road reserve. And they've actually listened to me. My people are comfortably doing business along the road reserve. And Kenya was there today, and they were very happy about my people doing business along the road reserve. Honorable Speaker, I agree, I support the motion by Honorable Dagara, but there's only one part that I do not agree with that part of it, that where he said that the county government of Kitui should capture Tharaka and the Swahili. We have been having this matter at the Senate and also at the Park Committee on matters of ethnic inclusivity in our employments. If we take it for only the people of Tharaka and the Swahili, we actually eliminate chances for the Kikuyus, the Kisis, the Kalenjins. So this should be for all the tribes in the country, not only for a select 2 tribes in the minorities in the county. It should also include Kisis, Kalenjins, Bukusu, and everyone included. So for that part, Honorable Speaker, I just beg that we can adjust, that you can have more of other tribes joining on that part. Finally, Honorable Speaker, as we have been saying, the Park Committee, when we've been meeting various institutions, we agree that this is a matter that actually has been a thorn in the flesh for counties, the county governments, and the county assemblies. Honorable Speaker, we need to have this motion in place that we can have an understanding of how we can incorporate the minority tribes in the next few days. This can be effected immediately, but there can be understanding and a kind of a framework on how these tribes will be incorporated, so that in the long run, we may have achieved the 30% ethnic diversity. Honorable Speaker, I therefore stand to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gabriel. Any other contribution? I think we're okay. Honorable Dagara, can I give you, Honorable Sami Musili, Munyidia. I also know Kivu is heavily populated with the marginalized community. Please take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I was seated somewhere. I know one of the mic is blocking you. I really stand to applaud my friend, Honorable Ndagara, for this motion. It's a very good thing. Personally, when you talk of marginalized, there are so many people who are marginalized. Honorable Speaker, you realize I was born and grew under Kavonocha sect. Let me call it the way it was called in English. And you know, anything that was being distributed within the village, they said these people don't support politics. So we were away, we could not even get seats for planning. So I was one of being marginalized within my own village. But now the people of Kivu decided to lift that marginalized kid. And there I am, representing the people of Kivu. Honorable Speaker, as I support the motion, I will say that personally my PA, his name is Swale Said, because Kivu is in town, on Mwingi town. And I realized nobody recognizes these people. They have been born there. And even I call him one of the Anzaun, because he's born in Chaneka village, which is in Kivu ward. So many people are complaining, you have brought Arabs in your office. And now later on, they came to realize they belong to Kivu. When you are doing things, they even work harder than the other people who have just been around. So one thing, I support this motion. I support this kind of initiative whereby we support each other. We make sure all the people who are marginalized, they are actually represented somewhere. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm humbled to support this motion and I'm happy for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. And you forgot to mention that your PA does magic. There's a day he really shocked me. Yeah, he does very good magic. Thank you very much. Honorable Ndagara, I can give you a minute to reply or to maybe clarify anything which may have arisen.
Okay. Yes. So thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I really want to take this opportunity. I was listening to members, and all the members have overwhelmingly supported my motion. And I'm sure when you put up the question, I'm sure this one is going to be historical, that this motion finally has gone to be in the records. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, what I would want to say is that I really want to say that what Honorable MCA for Kawi has said, you realize that just some simple clarification about the 30% that the government talks about. Honorable Kawi, I think you're listening to me. Honorable MCA for Kawi is busy talking to Honorable Erastus. I wanted to say that the government constitution talks about 70% should come from the mother county, and then the 30% comes from the other communities. Now, the disparity is here. In this 70%, since the Raka community and the Arab Swahili community are there, they have their share there, because we come from this county. So the 30 is not for us; it is for other communities, and therefore that's why what I'm saying, as the dominant community, or the mother people in that county, the Raka are part of the 70. And the Arab are part of the 70. So that's the 70 we are talking about. In the 70%, that's where we at least should get a bit of share. But also...
Are you negotiating even further?
No. Not negotiating even further. I just wanted to clarify that I was not talking to other communities like the Kikuyu and other communities, because that one is in the constitution. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would also want to appreciate you. During your time, it is historical that you have taken many of the committees to Tharaka. And I really want to appreciate. You have already have for CIDP, Mr. Speaker. So I really want to appreciate, because already you've shown us the way, and it is good now for the executive now to implement what you're saying there. And therefore, without wasting a lot of time, Mr. Speaker, we want also to make sure that in areas of endow, we want to see when committees are doing reports, We want to hear they mention Tharaka ward and Ndau Malalani ward, because those wards are Seikuru ward, Mumoni ward in the committees. We want also to hear people talk of Majengo in Kitui. How those people are suffering in Majengo, where there is no space during ambulances, during these firefighting machines, because the planning has not been done for those houses. We want to hear people talk about the problems that the Swahili are also facing. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we really want to appreciate the members. We want to sample the dishes from Swahili when the Minister for Culture arranges for a cultural festival for Swahili community. We go there, we see how they are doing. Like I've always done for Tharaka, we always go there. So we want the government, all the culture department, to make sure that they are able to fund these functions so that these communities don't run extinct. Because if we don't do something, the Swahili and the way Monira talks is Kikamba. It is very funny. Therefore, if we don't make sure that we protect the heritage, then the Swahili and the Arab community are going to get extinct, which is not okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I want to urge members to support.
Thank you very much, Honorable Godfrey Odhengi Ndagara. Honorable members, having given you a chance to add your voice to this motion, allow me now put the question on the motion for enhanced representation, employment opportunities, cultural recognition, and development affirmative action for marginalized minority communities in Kitui County, as moved by Honorable Godfrey Odhengi Ndagara, MCA Tharaka Ward and the Deputy Majority Whip, and seconded by Honorable Waziri Baraka Bakari, who is also a marginalized community member. Members, as many of these opinions say aye, and as many of the contrary opinions say nay, the ayes have it. To members, we have come to the end of our business for today, and I want to appreciate you. I want to appreciate you most sincerely on behalf of the County Assembly of Kitui, on behalf of the great people of Kitui County. I appreciate you because since Monday up to now, you have been very committed in assembly programs where we are discussing matters of great county importance. The order paper has been very busy, and I am pleased to announce to you that we have covered every agenda in the order paper successfully. Indeed, as I always say, the people of Kitui County elected the best of the best. The political parties who are being represented in our county assembly nominated the best of the best, and I can only pray that your efforts will be rewarded by God so that you be re-elected, or if you want to climb to higher seats, you succeed in climbing to higher seats. That is my prayer for you. And as I always tell you, God gave you this opportunity for a good reason. When you serve the people, you serve God. When you take seriously this opportunity, you are appreciating God for giving you this opportunity, and He will reward you. He will reward you. People of Kitui County are watching. They are watching you when you fight for them, when you represent them, when you come here to the floor of the House, you legislate on their behalf, when you oversight the county executive on their behalf. The people of Kitui County are watching. God is watching. Remember, you can hide yourself from the people, but you can't hide yourself from God. God even watches your inner self. What you think about your people, God knows. If you think that you can pretend and get away with it, then you are mistaken, because God is watching. And I'm happy to testify that you all mean well for your people. So, honorable members, I am so delighted to be your leader. I am so delighted that we have had a very successful Bunge Mashinani plenary sittings here at Migwani. I'm so delighted. We have made history, and I'm sure we shall continue with this particular program so that our people can know how committed we are in serving them. My plea to you, whatever we resolve here, we have to follow up for full implementation. Honorable Chair, Committee on Implementation, Honorable Matthew Govivo, I'm happy to see you there. And you are always very committed. Let us ensure that we fully follow up on the implementation of assembly resolutions. Thank you very much, Chairman. He's also my Vice Chair for board. Honorable Dagara, you may take your seat. He's very loyal, Vice Chair of the board. Honorable Dagara, I know in your motion there are some things the County Assembly Service Board is supposed to comply. I want to admit that even as Honorable Gabriel has said, as the County Assembly of Kitui, we also have an audit query where we have failed to meet the 30% threshold in employment of the marginalized communities. And of course, we have all these excuses which we always give, that many of the employees were inherited from the defunct local authorities, and I'm sure the county executive does the same. But we are always told that you need to show effort. So I want to assure you, Honorable Dagara, and on the members of Kitui County Assembly, that as the County Assembly Service Board, we shall do our best to comply. If we can't comply ourselves, how will we expect the others to comply? So we shall do our best to comply, and the county executive should also comply. If they don't comply, you know what to do. Power belongs to the people of Kitui County, people of Kenya. Article 1. Sovereignty belongs to the people. This county government of Kitui belongs to the people of Kitui County, not county executive or the officers in the county executive. This government belongs to the people of Kitui County. We are the people's representatives. After the people, number 2 in power is us, honorable members of the County Assembly of Kitui. And that is a reality which everybody must know. Even ourselves, we need to know that after the people, honorable members, it's you. That's why Article 176 of the Constitution of 2010 is very clear. As it constitutes the county government. It says there shall be a county government comprising the county assembly, who are people's representatives, and then the county executive. The county executive should do what we tell them to do. If we make resolutions, they must comply. Article 179 and Article 183 of the Constitution of 2010 clearly tells us how the county executive should operate. We have a county executive committee where we have 10 ministers. We have the governor as the CEO, deputy governor as the deputy CEO, and the governor is the chair, and the ministers are answerable to the governor and accountable to the governor. But all executive power are undertaken by the county executive committee. So we need to ensure that we fully oversight the county executive committee. When we make decisions here, they are not implemented, we are not even following up, we are failing our people. I want to challenge you. Before you talk about tomorrow, talk about today. God has given us a chance today to serve our people. Today. Forget about tomorrow. Tomorrow belongs to God. You don't know if you shall wake up tomorrow. Today, we serve our people. Today, we should represent our people fully. Today, we should legislate matters of importance to our people. Today, we should oversight the county executive on behalf of our people. Today. Tomorrow belongs to God. Ask yourself, have you done that? If you have not, do you really expect God to give you another chance? So, Honorable Dagara, thank you very much. Honorable, all the honorable members who are here, Honorable Major Leader, all of us, who have been very passionate in representing our people, keep it up. I will always support you. I know we face opposition from a lot of people who don't want us to do our work. There are people who benefit from corruption in this country. There are people who benefit from poor oversight in this county government. In the morning when we were approving the finance bill, we talked about revenue leakage. A lot of money is lost. And there are some people who heavily benefit. They hire people, they hire bloggers to fight honorable members. Please be strong. Be strong as we represent our people. Don't fear anybody. Don't give any favor to anybody, even if they belong to your ward. Please do your best. God will judge us by our actions, by our deeds. I will always support you. I took an oath to support you and our members. I took an oath. I took an oath to support you. Nobody will ever intimidate me as I support you while you do your work. We have several assembly programs where we want to support you. We are trying to construct the modern office block for the honorable members at the Kitui County headquarters. Some people are opposing it. I will not relent because you need to be fully supported. We need ward offices in every ward, beginning in Migwani. We identified the land. Let the Minister of Land and Housing fail to give us land because we resolved. If he fails to give us land for ward office, honorable members, don't hesitate from taking action on him because he must give us land. This land belongs to the public. We have written several letters to the Ministry of Lands to give us land for ward offices. They have failed even to respond. They can't even respond to a letter. They can't even respond to assembly resolutions. And we are here saying we are fighting for our people and we can't fight for ourselves, our members. Let us fight for ourselves first. This office does not belong to you. It belongs to the people of your ward. We shall not relent. When the county executive is openly contravening Section 130 of the PFM Act, that all unspent assembly funds should be reverted, and they want to reallocate, then they want to politicize, they are contravening the law openly. Openly. We are here to uphold the law. I'll lead from the front of members. I will not even blink. This assembly must be respected. If we fail to demand for that respect, we shall have failed our people. After the people of Kitui County, number 2 is the county assembly. Number 3 is the county executive. They must do what we tell them. We should not fear them. We should not fear them. The county executive must do what we tell them. And if we blink, we shall fail our people. And history will judge us harshly. So members, it's good that I say that here in Migwani. Because I will not be happy when Honorable Maluki fails to serve his people. Because somebody somewhere is benefiting from poor oversight. Somebody somewhere is benefiting from corruption. That's why Migwani Level 4 Hospital is in a very pathetic state. And somebody somewhere is stealing revenue. Somebody somewhere. And they expect us not to do our work. Honorable Maluki, we are here in Migwani. What we have said here, and these, I know these are very blessed place. I believe we shall fully implement whatever we have resolved here. So, honorable members, God bless you. Members of the public, thank you very much. I want to most sincerely appreciate the head teacher of this school, Mr. Elijah Mutua, who has always been with us since Monday. Thank you very much, and he's still there. And your deputy, Mr. Nyaga. I saw another teacher, Rachel, and others, all the members of the who have been here. Thank you very much. I'm sure you have seen what we do. We are always fighting for you. We are always fighting for you. And we shall not relent fighting for you. Honorable Maluk is always fighting for you. Honorable Anthony, Honorable Katana, Mokwayo, members from Mwingi West, and all the other 60 MCAs, we are always fighting for our people, and we shall not relent. So members, God bless you. It has been a very successful session. I want to appreciate our staff, the office of the clerk. Thank you very much. You have done a wonderful job. You've done a wonderful job. This being the first Bunge Mashinani, nobody can know it is the first. Yeah. So thank you very much. Our technical people, the suppliers who have supplied us with the tents, yeah, the catering, we also appreciate. And above all, we appreciate our people who have come to join us. We also appreciate our God who has been with us throughout the entire session. Now, members, tomorrow we still have a program. Yeah, we agreed that we visit the Eco Valley in the morning. So, Honorable Major Leader, please take us in the morning. We meet here at 9 a.m. so that we proceed as a team. Just a 1 hour program, then we come back for the committee sittings. Then at 2 p.m. we have a public engagement. Bona head teacher, we request you that you help us mobilize the people around, so that now we engage informally. We engage informally. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. Kindly let us do that. On Wednesday, Friday, we have no more committee sittings and finish. After we adjourn, we shall not come to Megwani again. We shall go back to assembly precincts. So Honorable Jeremiah, don't come here next week unless you are coming for other activities. Yeah, we shall now resume our sittings in the assembly precincts. And if God gives us another grace, we can go elsewhere. Our desire is to visit all the 8 constituencies within our term. We would have wished to visit all the 40 wards, but it may not be possible. It's good to be practical. But we hope that we shall visit all the 8 constituencies within our term. Those who will come after us, they will continue. Maybe they'll visit other wards. We have tried to ensure rotational public participation. Maybe those who will come after us may also do rotational Bunge Mashinani, so that we cover all the wards. With those very many remarks, honorable members, let's now be upstanding so that we adjourn the House. Honorable members, this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 26th day of November 2024 at 9 a.m. at the Assembly precincts. Thank you very much.